on page 3. All right, everybody on inside, come on in, get a good seat. Let's go. Everybody on the inside, and here we go. All right, Black Boat to start with. He it. 185, $86. 185, $86. 86, a bit of 85, money, $6. 185, $86, $6, bit of 85, 86, take it, 87. 87, 88, 89, $88, $9, 90, 90, bit of 90. 189, Lone Star 1. 118 now 3, 83, 33, money, 3, 4, 45, but 6, 86, 7, 88, 88, 89, 90, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. 137, 38, 137, 38, 38, 138, 137, 38, 138, 138, on the money, $8, $8, $8, 38, 38, 137, Marty, number 8. It's 144 now 5, 144 now 5, 144 money 5, 6, 7, 48, 48 now 50 now 52, 52, 54, 54, 54, 52, 45, 55, 56, 56, 7, 8, 58, 58, 58, 158, 158, 157, Marty 8, 157, Marty 8. It's happening. 182, 83, 82, money 3, 4, 85, 85, 86, 87, 87, 8, 89, 89, 90, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1. Big old steer. Here's 7 half, 140 now 1. 140, even 1, even 1, 2, 3, 4, 44. Now 5, but it's $6. 146, 7, but it's 7, $8, $8, 9. 49, 50, 151, 51, 2, 3, 4, 5, 55, 6, 7, number 8, 58, 9. Now 61, 2, $1, 161, Lone Star. 190 and 1, 190 and 1, every one, money 1, 2, 3, even a better 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 99, not $2, 1, 201, 202, 202, 202, 202, 201, Lone Star 1. It's happened to him. 144 now 5. 144 now 5. And the money 5. And the 4, 5, 6, 7. 48, 49, $50. 1, 2, but $1, 1, 2. 152, 3, 4, 5, 55, 56, 57, 58. 59, $60. 1, 2, but $1, 2, 2. 61, not 2, not 2, not 2, not 2. 161, shoot 22. Shoot 22. Bad one. Shoat number 8. Shoat number 8. It's happening, 240, 250, not 2, 252, 4, 254, 6, 56, 58, 258, 258, 258, 56, 58, 58, 58, 256, Nolan, 29. 29, 256, Nolan, 29. It's happening $2 now two, 202, 2 and 2, $2 now two, $2 on money, 24, 204, 204, 68, 28, 28, 10, 10, 12, 2, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 4, 2, 26, 26, 224, $6, $6, 6, 224, shoot, 77, shoot, 77. It's happening 165, $6, 165, now 6, 75, $6, 5 money, 6, 7, $8, $8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 70, we did it 1, 1, 2, we did it 172, $171, $2, 171, Lone Star 1. It's happening 166, $7, 166 on the money, now 7, $7, $7, 7, 66, 7, 8, $8, $8, 9, now 70, now 71, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 73, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, 173, Lone Star 1. What he said. I bet it'd be hard to find replace. Find somebody who wants to do that. Oh yeah. Gotta go Friday evening and bleed some chickens. Somebody's got 15 chickens. Oh yeah, all computer stuff. Now. Gotta check on those exotics. It happened at 180 down 1, 188 down 1, 81, 2, 3, 83, 4, 84, 5, 85, 86, 86, $7, 88, 88, 89, 89, 189, 59, 188, Lone Star 1. It happened at 173, 4, after 4, 9, 4, 9, 4, 9, 4, 9, 3, 4. On the money, now 4, 73, 4, 74, 4, 4, 4, 4, 173, Lone Star 1. Yeah. It is 6. 134, 5, 134, now 5, money 5, 34, now 5, 135, 6, 136, 7, 137, 38, 38, 9, $40, bitty, 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 1, bitty, bitty, 41, 140, now 1, $1, $1, $1, 140, Marty, number 17, Marty, 17. Little cripple up. 122 now 3, 122 now 3, 3, money 3, 3, 124, 3 now 4, now 5, now 6, 26, 27, $8, 8, 29, 29, 30, 130, 1, 31, 130, Marty, number 7. It happened at 116 now on it, but 1, money 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, $8, 71, 170 Lone Star 1. It happened at 144 now 5, 144, money 5, 4 now 5, now 6, now 7, 8, 48, 49, 150, 150, 50, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 149, show number 2. Show 2. How you can't get rid of it? You just gotta wear it out, I guess. 103, 103, 103, 103. It's happening at 110, 111, 110, $11, money 11, 110, 11, 12, 112, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 7, 27, 26, 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, 126, Tom, number 1. Tom, 1. All right, very good, boom. Haven't had $2 now 1, $2 now 1, $2 now 1, money 1, 2, 2, 3, 203, 204, 205, 205, 6, 7, 207, 7, 8, $8, 207, Lone Star 1. It's 138 9, $38.9, money 940, would have been 1, 1, 2, 142, 3, would have been 4, would have been 5, would have been 6, would have been 7, would have been 48, 49, 149, 50, 150, 151, 51, 51, 50, 149, Lone Star. It's 38 9, 138 9, 99, money 999, 40, 141, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 47, 147, 47, 47, 146, Lone Star. Yeah, they did. They sure did. It's 45, $6, 145, money 6, 7, 48, $49, 50, 51, 51, 52, 52, 53, 54, 55, 55, 55, $6, about a 7, about a 7, 8, 58, $9, 961, 2, 3, 4, 5, 65, 5, 5, 164, Lone Star. It's 139, 1, 31, 1, 130, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 37, 38, 39, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 45, 144, 5, 144, show number 2.
How did the auction go for that benefit thing?
Oh, good. Yeah, we did. No, we did. We drank a good beer. Jason Robbins was there and played. Good. One 33 now 4, 133 now 4, 33 now 4, 94 5, 7, 7, 8, now 9, 9, 38 now 40, 140 now 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 43 4, 144 now 4, now 4, now 4, now 4, 143, show number 2. It happened at 135, $36, 35, money $6, $37, 7, 38, 38, 38, 39, 38, $9, $9, 138, Lone Star. It was old, right? It's happening. $2 now, 2, 202, 2024, 2468, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 30, 2, 4, 34, 36, 236, 236, 36, 36, 234, Nolan 29. It's happening, 120, now 1, able to win that $1, $120, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 28, 27, 28, 27, $8, 20, 127, Marty 8, Marty 8.
This is
There you go. It's happening. 190, 687, 8687, 87, 87, 8, 89, $90, $1, $2, $2, 3, 50, 4, 95, 95, 96, 196, 95, 96, 96, 195, Lone Star 1. It's happening. 138.9, $38.9, 999, $38.9, $38.9, money 9, $8.9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 144, now 5, 144, show number 2. How you go, Vic? 2. It's happening. 115, 16, 115, 16. On the money. 17, 18, 18, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 26, 27, 27, $8, $8, $8, 28, 28, 127, Marty 8. It's happening. 145 for $6. 145 on the money. $6. 5, $6, 5, $6. 45, 46. 46. 145. Marty number 13. Marty 13.
It's got the heat, you got the massage.
Afraid it'll put me to sleep. Okay, by the head, by the head. By the head, 315, that's 75. By the head, 350, 75, 400, not quarter, nine, that's 75. 500, not quarter, nine, that's 75. $600, 600, not quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter. 625, 50, 650, 75, 700, not quarter. 7 and a quarter, 700 and a quarter, half. 7, half, 75. 800 by the head. 800 and a quarter, 800 and a quarter. 800, not quarter, not quarter, not half, but 8 and a half. 8 and a half, 875. 875, 875, 875, 75, 75. 850 by the head. Russell number 2. Russell 2.
I guess that's all.
Okay, got in here last night. It's happening 205, 207, 205, money 7, 207, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 221, 3, 225, 225, 5, 7, 7, 9, 229, 31, 33, 55, 37, 9, 41, 241, 3, 241, 3, 243, 3, 3, 3, 3, 241, show 77. 7 ham, it had been $185, $86, $185, money 6, 7, 8, 9, $90, $1, $2, $2, 3, bit of 4, 94, 193, 94, 94, 193, Lone Star 1. are irons. Let me know what you're doing. I got 5 head of cows here. Let me know what you're doing.
I call her cell phone.
245, 7, not a 245, 7, 247, 245, now 7, now 9, 251, 253, 255, 255, 7, not a 7, not a 9, not a 9, not a 9, 259, 61, 263, 333, 263, 261, shout number 8. $150 now one, $158 one, able to one, money one, able to one, two, 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 three, three, able to four, about 5, 155, 6, 7, able to 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 60, 160, 160, 159, Lone Star. Two blacks, two blacks, two blacks. 134, 5, 2 blacks, 134, now 5, 135, 36, 7, 8, 9, now 40, now 1, able to 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 44, 43, now 4, 44, 143, shout number 2. Okay, sell the black ball face cow, black ball face cow. $90, $2, $2, $90, $2, on the money now too. $90, $2, count on the scales. 92, 92, 92, 94, 94, 96, 98, $98, $2, $2, $4, $6, $6, $8, 8, 10, 10, 12, 114, 16, a bit of 18, a bit of 18, 18, 118, 20, 120, 20, a bit of 22, 22, a bit of 2, 120, Lone Star on the scales. It's happening 130, now 1, 31, 1, 130, now 1, 30, now 1, money, 1, 30, now 1, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 130, Marty, 13. It happened 140 now one. 140 money one. 140 now one. 141. 140 Marty 25. Okay, one count, let's straight legged. It happened 128 9, $28.9, bitty bit 9, 28 9, 31 2 3, bitty bit 4, bitty 5, bitty 35 6, bitty bit 7, 38 39, $9 40, bitty 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 1, bitty 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 1, bitty 1 bitty 1 2, 4 2 3 4, bitty 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 45, bitty 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 45, 144 Lone Star. By the head over there, by the head. $50 by the head, now 75, 57, 55, on the money, 75, 50, 75, now 100, now quarter, now half, now 75, 175 by the head, 175 by the head, 75, 75, $150 a head, Javier 11, Javier 11. Tell the bull over there. 240 now 5, 240 now 5, 50 with a 245 now 50 with a 250, 50, 250, 255, 255, 60 with a 265 with a 70 with 5 with a 80 with a bit of 5, 25, 90, 95 with a $3 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 305, 10, 3 and 10, 10 with a bit of $10, $10, 10, 305 Harris, 305 to Harris. $2 now 5, $2 now 5, but $2 now 5, 10, 15, 20, but a 5, but a 30, but a 5, but a 40, but a 240, 245, but a 55, but a 260, but a 5, 265, 70, but a 5, but a 275, 80, but a 5, 25, 85, 85, 90, 90, 90, 25, 90, 95, but a 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, Marty number 2. It happened it happened 120 now 2, 120 now 2, 120 now 2, 4, 124 now 6, 8, 128, 28, 30, 130, 132, 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4, 6, 36, 38, 40, 140, 140, now 2, now 4, now 6, 148, 148, 150, 152, with a bit of 2, 4, with a bit of 54, 6, 8, 56, 58, 158, 60, with a 2, with a bit of 4, with a bit of 6, with a 8, with a bit of 70, with a 2, 174, 72, 4, 72, now 4, now 4, now 4, 172, Marty 99, Marty 99, 115, now 17, 115, 117 on Ronnie, $17, 117, got the money, 19, 21, 23, with a bit of 5, with a 7, 27, 9, 129, 129, bitty bed 9, 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 127, Tom 3, Tom 3. Put him on Tom 1, Tom 1 on him, Tom 1. 7.5, 150 now 2.5, 150 now 2.5, 150 now 2.5, on the money, 2.5 at about 5, 55, 55, 7.5, 157 has $60, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 70, 170, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 170, Tom 1. It's happening here. $90 one. 90. He but $1, 90 now one. $90 now one. On the money one. 91, 92, 94, 96, 98. Now $2. $2, $2, $2, $4, $2, $4, $6, $8, $8, $8, 10. 112, 14, 16, 18, 120, 2, 4, 124, 6, 6, 8, 28, 28, 30. 130, now 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 32, 32, 32. 130, Tom 1. Sell the little one now. Sell the little one there. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 2. 302, 302, 302, 22. Going out. 302, 302, 2. Money 2. 302, 302. You do it. 302, 4. 304, 446. 8. 306. Capital number 35. Oh, deal goes with him. 7 $125, $26. 125. Money 6. 125, 26. 127, 8, 9. Now 9. Now 30. Now 1. 1, 2, 3. 4. 5. 36, 37. 38. 38, 9. Now 9. 40. 1. 2. 3. 4. 144. Now 4. Now 4. Now 5. 5. 5. 5. 6. 146. 7. 7. 8. 8. 9. 9. 50. 150. 151. 51. 52. 52. 3. 3. 4. 54. 153. Marty 4. 216, now 2.5, 2.5, now 5, 7, 70, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 87, 90, 2.5, now 7.5, now $3, 2.5, 3, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 12.5, D&D 26. African. 170, now 2.5. 170 on the money, now 2.5. 170, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 170, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 170, 2.5, 170, 2.5, 170, Tom 3. Tom 3. It's happening. 180 now 2. 180 $2. 180 now 2. 180 now 2. 180 $2. 182. 160 now 2. 162 on the money 24. 64 24. 246. 66 8. 168. 70. 172. 22. 44. 6. 76. 76. 76. 174. Javier 2. Javier 2. Okay, boys, have not been roped. 240 now 5, 240 now 5, money 5, 240 now 5, and 240 now 5, and 240 now 5, 240 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 240, Marty 2. Seven here, 160 now $2, $160, $2, money 2, 4, 6, 8, 70, 172, 172, 4, 74, 76, 76, 78, 80, 182, $2, 4, 18 now 4, now 6, 86, 88, 190, 90, 90, 90, 91, 91, 91, 90, 188, Tom 5, Tom 5. It's happening. 180 now 2. 180 $2, $2, $2, 82 4, 82 4, 84, 84, 84, 86, 88, 90, 192, 192 4, 94, 96, 98, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, $2, 198 Harris, 198 to Harris. 155, 157, 155, 57, 57, $9, $9, 61, 3, 5, 7, 9, now 9, now 71, 73, 75, 77, $9, $9, 9, 179, 81, 81, 81, 81, 181, 181, 179, Tom 1, 5 in it, Tom 5, Tom 5, Tom 5. Okay, sell the dark the brown one, dark colored. 160 now 2.5. 160 now 2.5. 2.5. 85. 5. 2.5. 5. 60. Selling one on the rail. 160 2.5 now 5. 7.5. 170 2.5 now 5. Now 7.5. 80. 80. 190 2.5. 5. 85. 85. 85. 85. 87.5. 90. 190. 190. 190. 190 2.5. 2.5. 25. 5. 95. 95. 195. 190 2.5. Harris, 7 here, $2.40, now 2.5, 240, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 85, 85, 7.5, 250, 2.5, 55, 55, 257, 260, 2.5, 2.5, 260, Troy, number 9. Troy, 9. By the head, look him over now. 30 by the head, now 40. 30 on the money, now 40, now 50. 50, 60, 60, 70, 80, 80. I got 70 right there, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 90, 90, $100, 110, 120, 120, 30, 40, 150, 160, 160, 160. Sold him $150 on top. What's the name, please? Wasey. 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 7 here, 7.5, 116, now 5, 7.5, 165, money 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 65, $6, $6, $6, $6, $6, $6, $6, $6, 6, 165, Marty 4. Hey, there's steers. It's happening. $2.70, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270 on the money, 2.5, now 5, now 5, now 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 87.5, 90, 290, 2.5, 95, 95, 97, 7.5, $3, $2.5, 302.5, 5, 5, 305, 305, 305, 302.5, Nolan 29. 7 here, steer, 250, now $2.2.5, 250, 2.5, money, 2.5, 250, now 2.5, 2.5, 5, 55, 55, 7.5, $60, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 265, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 260, 2.5, show, 77. Okay, they are in branded. Have to be a 639, 135, 136, 135 on the money, $6, $35, $36, $35, $36, $35, 36, 36, 135, Marty 639. $220, now $220, now $2, $220, now $2, money $2, $222, $222, $220, Marty number 4, Marty 4. Good bull here. 190 now 1. 190 now 1. $1 on the money. Now 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 94, 95, 95, 95. 195, 95, 95, 95. 194 Lone Star 1. It's having 150 now 1, 150 now 1, $1 money 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 57, 58, 58, 58, 58, 158, 158, 158, 157, show number 99, show 99. Okay, yard them with the 8. Show 99, yard them with the 8. 340 now 5, 340 now 5, 5, 5, and a minute 340 on the money now 550, 350 now 5, and a 60, but 5, and a 75, and a 80, but 5, and a 90, but 5, and a 95, $4, 405, 10, 10, 15, but a 20, but a 420, 425, 25, 30, but a 5, and a 40, but a 440, 435, now 40, now 40, 435, H number 4. It's happening. $4.95, $4.95, 10, 15, 25, 35, 45, 55, 465, and then 75, 85, and 90, $4.95, $4.95, $5 now, $5.05, $5.05, $5.05, $5 a pound blue. Hey, it's happening here. $2 now $5. $2 now $5. 10. About 10 or 5 now 10. 2 to 10. 10, 15, 20, 5, but a 30, but a 230, 540, 240, now 550, 255, 265, but a 70, 275, 280, but a 5, but a 90, but a 5, but a now $3, but a $3, $3, $3, $3, but a $3, $3, 295. Harris. So big one. Happening here, 280 now 5. 280 now 5. Big one, 85, 95, $3 now 5, 10, 15, 25, but a 30, but a bit of a 330. 30, 330, 5, but a bit of a 40, but a bit of a 5, but a 50, 355, 360, but a bit of a 60, 60, but a 60, 355, H37, $3 now 5, $3 now 5. Little boy, $3, 5, 10, 35, 10, 10, 10, 10, but a bit of $10, $10, 10, 15, 25, but a 330, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 40, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 50, 355, 355, 60, but a bit of 60, 360, 360, 355, Brian Hoffman. Marked at the ranch. Haven't had $2 now, 2.5. 2.5, money 5. 2, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 7.5, 20, 2.5, 5. 225, 7.5, 30, 230, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 35, 7.5, 40, with a bit of 2.5, with a bit of 5, with a bit of 7.5, 50, 250, 2.5, 55, 55, 7.5, 257.5, 255, show number 8. 7.5, 190, now 2.5, 190, 2.5, 95, 2.5, 7.5, now $2, 2.5, 7, 8, 10, 12.5, 15, 215, 79, 20, but a bit of 2.5, but a bit of 5, but 27.5, 30, but a bit of 230, 2.5, 35, 35, 7.5, but about 40, 240, 240, 240, 2.5, but 2.5, but a 5, but a 5, 7.5, 250, 250, 2.5, but a 55, 55, 55, but a 7.5, 257, 60, but a 2.5, but a bit of 2.5, 260, show number 8. Sell the little 440 now 5. 440 now 5. 440 now 5. 440 now 5. Over there going on 440 now 5. 440 now. Sell the big one. Sell the big one here. Sell the big one, $3.40, now 5. Black ball face, $3.40 on the money, now 5. 50 with the 5, 60 with the 5, with a bit of 70 with a bit of 5, 375, 80, 85 with the 85, 90 with the 95 with the 5 with the 5, $4, 5, 405, 10, 10, 15, 20, 5 with a bit of 30, with a bit of 430, 425, Simpson, 50, 440, now 5, at 440, now 5. Sell the little one now, 440, now 5, 440, now 5, 440, now 5. $4 now 5. Here we go. $4 on the money 5. $4 now 5. 10, 10, 15, 415, 410. Troy number straight Troy. 7 here, $3.40 now 5. $3.40 now 5. $3.40 now 5. And the money 5. $3.45. 45, 50, 55. $3.65. $3.65. 360 H38. H38, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, money 5, but 85, 90, but a bit of 5, but a bit of $4, but a 5, but a $4, 5, 10, 15, 20, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 30, but a 5, but a bit of 40, but a bit of 440, 435 H30. 7 here, 380 now 5, 390 now 5, money 5, 90, but a bit of 5, but a $4, 5, but a bit of 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, but a 5, but a bit of 425, 420 now 5, 30, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 435, 35, 430, D&D 21. 7 here, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, money 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5 right here, $4 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 420 now 5, 430, bit of 5, bit of 40, bit of 5, bit of 50, bit of 450, 450, 445, lady number 91, lady 91. Sell the big one going out. 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 310, money 12.5, 15, 17, 20, 2.5, 5, 25, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 2.5, 330, capital number 34. 7.5, 380, now 5, 380, now 5, 95, but a bit of 4, not a bit of 5, but a 10, but a bit 410, 45, 410, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 410, 405, Troy 4. Sell, two heifers, two heifers, two heifers. 70, 380, now 5, 385, 95, $4.05, 10, 15, 20, 425, 30, 435, 35, 435, 430, now 5, 40, 5, 50, 5, 60, 465, 70, 5, 80, 5, 90, 495, 495, 95, 95, 95, 490, Fox. Number 2, Fox number 2. 460, now 5. 460, now 5. 460, now 5. Money 5. 75, 80, 5. 490, 5. 495, $5 now 5. Now 10, now 15, 520, 520, 515, 20, 20, 20, 515, Baloo. One heifer, sell the heifer, 7.5, 340, now 5, 340, now 5, money 550, but 5, but 60, 5, but 70, but 5, 75, 80, 85, 90, but 90, but 3, 85, 95, 95, 4, but 5, 4, 5, 10, but 15, but 15, 15, 15, 4, 15, 402, but 10, that'll be lady, 93, lady, 93, $3.50, now 5, 350 on the money, now 5, but 60, but 5, but 75, 85, 95, $4, now 5, 405, 405, 405, 405, 405, $4, H4H number 4. Sell the bull, 350, now 5, 350, now 5, 350, now 5, 555, money 5, and 60, 365, 70, 5, 80, 5, 385, 90, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy 4, $3, now 5, $3, now 5, 5, money 5, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, now 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 3, 4, 50, 5, 355, 65, 65, 70, 370, 370, 5, 75, 75, 80, 80, 5, 85, 90, 390, 90, 90, 90, 385, lady number 93, lady 93. Okay, single jackpot.
2793.
All right, sell gray steer, 70, 270, now 5, 270, on the money, 5, 80, 85, 90, $3, $5, 5, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 79, 79, 20, 2 and a half, 322 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 327 and a half, capital number 31, cap 31, 70, 270, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 95, 95, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, 7 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 555, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 305, Troy number 27, Troy 27. All right, Mesa T, they're on your pass out. They've had Triangle 5 and Calvary 9. Triangle 5 and Calvary 9. Boys, he got the goods now. Over at Winters, Mesa T, he got the goods. 315, 17, 317, on the money, 17, 315, 17, 19, 321, 321, 335, 25, 25, 25, 27, 27, 28, 328, 328, 9, 329, 30, 330, 30, 30, 31, $1, 2, 2, but a $2, 332, 332, 332, 331, Troy 24. Boy, should be 11 steers. Same good cattle had Triangle 5 and Calvary 9. Real set, you'll like them. 340, now 2.5. 340, now 2.5. 340 on the money, now 2.5. 340, 2.5. 45, 45, 7.5. 347, 50. 350, 2.5. 350, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. One help, 351, 351, 351. Out to go, 351, 351, 351. 350, Troy 22. Troy 22. 7 little brothers. It's happening. 340 now 2.5. 340 now 2.5. 340 now 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. Money 2.5. 340 2.5. 5. 45. 45. 345 7.5. 347 50. 350 50. 50 2.5. 55. 355. 355 55 7.5. 357 half. 357 half. 57 half. 57 half. 57 half. 355. Troy 6. Starting in on the heifer mates. Handle the same way. 290 now 2.5. On the money. 2.5. 290. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 5. 5. 5. 95. 97 half. Now $3. Now 2.5. Now 5. Now 7. Now 10. Now 10. Now 10. 12 and a half. 12 and a half. 15. 3. 15. 15. 15. 15. 12 and a half. 15. 17 half. 317 half. 317 half. 317 half. 3. Everybody's out down low. 317 half. 317 half. 20. 320. 320. 320. 320. 320. 320. 317 half BC. 13, 12 and a half, 310, money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, with a bit of 17, 20, 2 and a half, 325, 327 half, 327 half, with a bit of 27 half, 30, 330, 330, 330, 330, 330, $330, $30, with a bit of 330, 327 and a half, BC. Seven. I wonder if they do 320, not 2.5. 320 on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 25, 25, 25, 7.5, 330, 30, 2.5. Holding one, everybody. Now 5, 35, 335, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2, 5, 5, 5, 347 and a half, 7 and a half, 50, 350, 2.5, 50, 2.5, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 360, 2.5, 5, 65, 365, 360, 2.5. Lady number. Where you at? 93, lady 93, lady 93. 7 and a half, 240, now 5, 240, now 5, 240, now 2.5, 240, 2.5, 5, 42 and a half, 5, 45, 47 and a half, 250, 2.5, now 5, now 55, 7 and a half, 260, 2.5, now 5, 65, 7 and a half, 70, 270, 270, 270, 270, 267 and a half. Simon, number 1. Okay, sell one now. 330, 330, now 5, 330, almighty 5, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, $4, 5, 10, 15, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 455, 455, 60, 60, 460, 460, 455, D&D 20. Okay, 7 hand, $2 now 5. $2 now 5. $2 on the money now 5. 205, 205, 10, 15, 25, 30, 35, 40, 245, 245, 240 now 5. 5, 5, 245, 245, 240, lady 93. Sell one heifer, but it's 7 hand. $3 now, 2.5. Selling the heifer, 302 and a half. 302 and a half, 3 money, 2.5, 302 and a half, 5, 305, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 332 and a half, 2 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 and a half, 330, Troy, number 1. Seven here, 7 here, 260 now 2.5. 260 now 2.5. On the money, now 2.5. 260, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 260 show, 7, 7. Okay, Lisa Brown had an 8-way shot with anthrax and virus shield 6 with somnus. 7 hand, $3 now 60 now 5, 360 on the money now 5, 365, 360 now 5, 70, 70, 70, 77, 370, 5, 80, 388, 77 half 80, 80, 380, 2.5, 80, 25, 85, 85, 85, 385, 385, 385, 385, 380, 2.5, Troy 5, Troy 5. What's the headshot? You'll like them, good set of cattle. It's happening, 370, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 370, 2.5, money, 2.5, 370, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 370, 2.5, 2.5, 75, 75, 75, 7.5, 380, 80, 380, 2.5, 85, 85, 87.5, 390, 90, 90, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 395, 97.5, 7, 7, 7, 7, 395, Troy 5. Okay, same cattle. All right, 7 325, 7.5, 325, 7.5, 7.5, 25, 27.5. On the money, 7.5, 30, 30, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 337.5, 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 340, 340, 340, 340, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 1, 2, 342, 41, 2, 42, 42, 42, 42, 341, Simpson 36.
That'll be all of them, so you'll have to start.
450 now 5, 450 now 5, money 5, 60, now 5, now 70, now 5, 85, but 90, but 5, but $5, 5, 5, but 10, 15, but 20, but 5, but 30, but 5, but 5, 35, 5, 35, 40, but 5, 40, now 40, now 40, 5, 35, H 36. So two big ones. 370 now 5, 370 now 5, 5, 5, but 70 now 5, money 5, 85, 90, but $5, $4, but 5, but 10, but 15, but 20, but 4, 15, 20. Yeah, if you want, you want him. 415 now 20, 20, 20, but 420, 415, H 38. He wants him 3 head.
You gotta sell the heifer now.
Sell a little heifer over there, little heifer. $7 $3 now 5, $3 5, 10, 15, 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, $4 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 435, 435, 35, 30, 40, 440, 440, 435, lady 93, lady 93. That one, bull. Over there, 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, money 12.5, 310, 12.5, going on, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 3, 12.5, 310, capital 31, capital 31. Big one is a steer. Sell him $3, 10, 12.5, 310, money 12.5, 15, 17, 20, 320, but 20, 20, but 79, 20, 20, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, but 27.5, but 327, 30, but 2.5, but 32.5, 5, 35, 37, 7, but 7, 40, 340, 2.5, but 2.5, but 2.5, 5, 5, 7, 350, but 50, now 2.5, but 55, 55, 7, 360, but 2.5, but 5, but 65, but 5, 360, 2.5, Troy 5. Troy 5, Troy 5. Okay, hold the tag. Sell 3 little ones. 7.5, 380, now 5, 380, now 5, money 5, but 90, but 5, but $4, but 5, but 10, 14, 15, 15, now 20, but 2.5, but 5, but 427.5, 427.5, 30, but 432.5, but 2.5, 25, but 35, 35, 35, 35, 435, 432.5, Simpson 50. Simpson 50. 7.5, 350, now 2.5, 350, now 2.5. Money, 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 350, 2.5, 350, now 2.5, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, but 360, 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 360, Troy 5, Troy 5. T-Star cattle. How many shots? Okay, boys, they have had a Triangle 5 Vision 7 with spur with anthrax. T-Star. Boys, they got them pretty good right here. 280, not 2.5, 280, not 2.5, 280, on the money, not 2.5, 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 280, not 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 85, 87.5, 90, even over 2.5, but a 95, 95, 295, 290, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, but a 95, 97.5, 297.5, but a 7.8, 7.8, 7.8, 7.8, 7.8, 295, Troy 28, Troy 28. Same good cattle, had shots. 290, not 2.5, 290, money 2.5, 97 hand, $3, 2.5, 3.5, 3.7.5, 3.10, 10, 10, 10, with a bit of 7.5, 10, 3.7.5, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 3.15, 3.15, 15, 13, 14, with a bit of 15, bit of 3.15, 3.15, 3.14, 15, 16, with a bit of 16, 3.16, 17, with a bit of 17, 17, 17, with a bit of 3.7, 18, 3.18, 18, with a bit of 17, 18, 18, 18, 3.17, Troy 24, Troy 2-4. Okay, what do you got? Two steers, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half. You're buying two steers, 3, 10, 3, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, but about 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 3, 10, Troy 22, Troy 22. Have 3 heifers. It's happening 280, not 2.5, 280, 2 money, 2.5, 285, 85, 7.5, and 90, but 290, 2.5, 95, 95, 97.5, $3, $3, 2.9, but a 5, but a 305, 305, 7.8, 7.8, 307 half, 307 half, 307 half, 307 half, 305, capital 5, 7 here, $2.60, now 5, 260, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, money, 2.5, 5, 65, 7 half, 70, 2.5, 85, but a 75, 277 half, 82 and a half, 85, 85, 87 half, 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 95, 95, 97 half, 97 half, $3, but $3, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 7 half, but a bit of 7, 8, 10, but a 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 10, 307 half, capital 31. All right, Brooks cattle, you will like them here. Long time Wayne. I've had 2 rounds of Boba Shield Gold with Ultra Choice 8. Been wormed with Ivomac. 2 complete rounds of shots. Long time Wayne. You talk about the goods. You like yearling cattle. Here you are. Big Brother's right behind them. 325, 7 hand, 320, 527 half. On money, 7 hand. Now 30, but a bit 330, but a bit 30, 30, 30, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 331, 31, 31, 31, $32 day, 33, but a bit 34, but a bit 334, 5, but a 35, 35, 6, 336, 6, 7, $7, 7, $7, $8, $8, but a bit 38, 9, 39, 40, but a bit 341, 2, but a bit $2 day, 9, 2, 9, 3, now 3, 4, 344, 5, 6, but a bit 6, 6, 7, $7, 347, 347, 347, 346, Simpson 37. Oh, you like yearlings. Here we are. 2 complete rounds of shots. All right, one steer's got a tiny touch of blue eye. 305, 307 and a half, 305, 307 and a half. 7 and 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 23, 24, 324, 5, 25, 25, 25, 25, 326, 327, 327, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 329, 30, 331, 1, 2, 32, 33, 33, 334, 34, 5, 335, 34, 5, 6, 336, 336, 336, 336, 335, Simpson 38. Okay, heifer right off of them, handle the same way. Long time wean, 2 rounds of shots. 3 and 10, 12 and a half, 310, money 12 and a half, 15, 79, 79, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 30, 30, 30, 330, 328, 328, 328, 327 and a half, $8, 8, 327 and a half, Troy 26. Oh, they got condition on them. 330, now 2 and a half. 330, now 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 2 and a half. Money, 2 and a half. 330, 2 and a half. 330, 2 and a half. 5, 35, 35. 2 and a half, now 5, 5, 5, 35. 35, 35, 35. 7 and a half. 337 and a half, 40. 340, 38, $9, $9, now 40. 340, $40, 1. 341, 341, 341. 340, Troy 26. 280, not 2 and a half, 280, money 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 87 and 90, 2 and a half, 5, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 3, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 3 and 10, 12 and a half, 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 310, D and D 26. What? Okay, Crawford cattle. I've had 2 rounds of 8-way with spur and wormed. Ready to go. 3 and 10, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 3 and 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 3, 15, 79, 79, 20, 20, 20, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 320, many more as you want, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 320, Troy 1, he wants them. Okay, next one's been weaned 6 months, had a 7-way shot. He's a steer, 7.5, $3.20, now 5, 320, 2 and a half, 322 and a half, money 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 320, 2 and a half, 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 5, 25, 27 and a half, 30, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, not a big Troy, number 22, Troy 22, sell one big one, 7 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 5, 95, 95, 95, 97 and a half, $3, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 3, 7 and a half, but a 10, but a 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, but about 79, but about 79, 315, Simpson 38. That's half and half. 340, now 5. 340, now 5. 340 on the money 5. 340, now 5. 50, 50, 50, 50, 55, 355, 60, 50, 50, 5, 70, 375, 80, 50, 50, 80, 55, 85, 90, 90, 90, 390, 390, 390, 385, Simpson 50. For sale cattle. What are they? Okay, boys, they have been weaned 60 days. 2 rounds of Vision 7 and Pyramid 5. 7 and 290 now. 2 and a half, 290. 290, 2 and a half, 290, 295, 7 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5. 3 5, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 79, 379, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Simpson 38. 315, 17.5, but a 315. Money, 17.5, but a bit of 17.5. Wing, 60 days, 317.5, 20. 320, 2.5, but a 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 320, 2.5, 5, but a 5, 7.5, but a bit of a 327.5, 30. 330, 330, 330, 330, 330, 327.5. Simpson, 38. Had a black leg shot and triangle. 7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302.5, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 7.8, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 17.5, but a 20, but a 2.5, but a bit of 5, but a 25, 25, 320, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 55, 322.5, capital 34.
They got a black leg and triangle. 10 head of them.
34. Okay, had a black leg out, shot and triangle. $3 now, 2.5, money, 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, 5, but a 305, 7.5, 10, number 12.5, 15, with a 79, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, now 2.5, but a 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but a 320, 2.5, 320, D&D 26. That all in there? Same cattle. So over there, 270, now 2.5. Digits 70 on money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 87 and 90, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, about 2.5, 35, 37.5, but a 7.5, 307.5, 307.5, 307.5, 305, 871. 310, 12.5, 310, on money, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, 2.5, but about 2.5, 5, 325, 7.5, but about 327, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 325, Troy 1, Troy 1. All right, they've had a Kovacs and 8 and triangle 5. Still a big one, 320, now 2.5. 320 on money, 2.5, 5, but 25, 27.5, but a 30, but 330, 2.5, 35, 35, 7.5, but about 40, but 2.5, 45, 45, 7.5, but a 50, but a 350, 350, 350, 350, 347.5, Troy number 22, Troy 22. 7.5, 7.5, 315, now 2.5, now 5, 7.5, 60, 2.5, now 5, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 365, 2.5, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 360, 2.5, Troy number 5, Troy 5.
They've been.
Most of them in a couple of months had a subway shot. Sell Brennell heifer there, 330, now 5. 330, now 5, but 330, now 5, 40, but 40, but 5, 55, 355, 60, but 5, but 70, but 5, but 75, 80, 80, 80, but 385, 85, 90, 90, but 90, 390, 85, 90, 90, but 95, but 95, 94, but 4, 395, lady number 93, lady 93. Oh, there, 440 by the pound, now 5, and a bit of 55, 65, 75, 85, 95. Now $5, $5 a pound, 5, 505, 10. 515, 520, but 5, but a bit of 30, but a bit of 35, 540, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 50, but a bit of 555, 555, 65, but a bit of 65, 70, but a bit of 75, 575, 575, 570, Russell number 2, Russell 2, Russell 2. Heifer kind of there, 370, now 2.5, but a 370, money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2. 5, 7.5, but 80, 2.5, but 80, 2.5, 385, 7.5, 390, but 2.5, but 92.5, 390, 2.5, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 7.5 at a nice $4, $4, 2.5 at a 5, 405, 405, 402 and a half, D&D 21, D&D 21, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 55, 30, 55, 440, number 5, 445, 55, 65, 465, 5, 460, H number 4, H number 4. Say you want about one or both, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, one or both, money, 2.5, 95, 7.5, $3, $3, 2.5, 305, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 17, 720, 20, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Simpson 37. Settle black, 290, now 2.5, 290, on money, 2.5, 290, bitty bait, 2.5, 290, 290, right here, 290, bitty bait, 2.5, 290, 5, 95, 97, bitty bit, 7.5, $3, $3, $3, $3, 2.5, 35, 305, 305, 305, 37.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, Troy number 22, Troy 22. Heifer kinds, 7.5, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 85, 85, 2.5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 15, 315, 315, 315, 312.5, H 71. Say you like me or black hat in good kind. Okay, they've had an 8-way shot and Bova shield. Worm. 7.5, 370, 95, one hit, going on, 75, 95, 375, 80, 85, 90, 95, 95, 395, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy 4, Troy 45, Troy 45. $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 425, 430, 30, 430, 425 now 30, now 30, 430, 430, 430, 430, 425, Troy 4. Seven here, $2.16 now, 2.5, 5, 265, high 5, 2.5, 7, 70, 2.5, 7, 80, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, 2.5, 5, 97, 297, 97, 7, 295, Nolan 27. 7 here, $3.16 now 5, 316 now 5, money 5, 70, 70, 375, 75, 80, 80, 380, 80, 85, 85, 85, 3 to 5, 85, 2.5, 87 half, 90, 390, 2.5, 9, 2.5, 390, Troy 4, Troy 4. $350 now 5, $350 on the money now 5, 65, 75, 85, 85, 90, 5, $95, $4 now 5, now 10, 14, 15, 415, 410, 15, 15, 20, 420, now 20, 420, 420, 420, 415, Lady 93. Seven here, $2.40, now 2.5, 240 on money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 42 and a half, 240, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 5, 45, 45, 45, 45, 240, 2.5, show 77, show 77. Okay, they they've been weaned a month. They have that look.
This is 2787 behind the door. Would that be right? Okay. They just had these on separate.
Okay, boys, they've been weaned 1 month, had a black leg shot, and enforced 3. 2 or more, you're buying 2 or more. 370, now 5, on 2 or more. 370, now 5. 370, now 5. 5.80, 5.90, $4, $4. Three, you pick two you like. $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, $3.95 blue. How you want to do that? All right, here's happening. 330, now 5. 330, automatic 5. 40, but a bit of 5, but a 55, 65, but a 75, but a bit of 380, 5, 390, but a bit of 5, but a bit of $4, but about 5, $4, 5, 10, 15, 20, but a 5, but a 30, but a bit of 430, 430, 435, 35, 35, 35, 435, 430, so lease.
This is been winged.
Okay, boys, they have been winged 6 weeks from Cristoval. Okay, hold the big one. 7.5, $3.50, now 5. 3.50, now 5. 3.50 on the money, now 5. Buying 2 little ones. 3.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. 3.50 Troy, 5 Troy, 5. 7 here, 3.10, 12.5, 3.10, 12.5, 3.10, 12.5, money, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.9, 2.5, 3.25, 2.9, now 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 3.22 and a half, capital 31. All right, Dave Edmondson. Head of our shield 6 with Somnus and 7-way with Somnus. 3 and 10, 12.5, 3.10, 12.5, 3.10, 12.5, money, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 79, 79, 20, 320, 320, 79, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 317 and a half, Nolan, 26. 4 hit. Set steer. Oh, there, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, but a bit of 95, money 5, 290, now 5, $3, but a bit $3, 5, but a 10, but a 10, 15, 15, 20, 25, but a 5, but a 5, 30, but a bit of 330, 330, 330, 330, 325, capital number 34, 70, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, but a bit of 275, 275, money 5, 5, 5, but a 275, 80, but a bit of 285, but a 285, 85, 85, 285, 285, 285, 285, 280, Gully 1, Gully number 1. Sell the big gray steer, the big one, about a 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, but money, 12 and a half, 15, but a 15, 79, but about 20, but a 20, 20, 320, 79, 20, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 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 320, capital 31, capital 31, $3.20, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 32 and a half, but a bit of 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, but a bit of 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 37 and a half, 335, Troy 1, Troy number 1. All right, sell the big one, big one, big one. 7.5, 320, now 5. 320, 2 and a half on the big one, 5, 7.5, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 35, 35, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 5, 55, 330, 2 and a half, Troy, number 5, Troy 5. $3.60, now 5, 360, now 5, 70, 5, 375, so 80, 5, 85, 90, 5, 395, $4, 5, $4, 5, 10, 15, 15, 20, 20, 415, 20, 20, 20, 415, Troy 4. African. It's happening. 330 now 5. 330 on money 5. 40 bit 5. 50 350 now 5. 355 60 bit 5. 70 bit 370. 370 5. 370 Troy 3. Say, 2 big ones, 360 now 5, 75, 85, 95, $4, 5, but a 10, but a 10, 10, 2 big ones, 410, 410, 410, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, with a bit of 420, 420, 420, 420, 420, 415, that'll be D&D 21. 7.5, African, $4 now 5. On the money 5, 10, 15, 25, 30, 5, 40, 445, 50, 455, 465, 65, 460 now 5, 5, 5, 460 D&D 20. Mark for ownership. Southern Shore, South Pile, 380, now 5. 380, now 5, and the money, 5, and 90, and the 5, and the $4, and the 5, and the 4 and 5, 10, 14, 15, 15, 15, 20, 5, and the 430, and the 30, 30, 430, 430, 430, 425, Simpson, 50. 7 here, $3.50, now 5, $3.50, now 5. On the money, now 5, with a 355, 355, 60, with a 5, with a 65, 70, 375, with a 75, and a 2.5, 5, 75, now 7.5, 80, with a 380, 2.5, and a 5, 85, 85, 7.5, and a 387, 387, 385, Simpson, 35. Another family member, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 35, 39, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 7.5, 40, 340, 2.5, 40, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, Simpson, 36. One big one, one big one, one big one, 320, now 2.5, 320 on the money, 2.5, one big one, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 25, 7.5, 330, 2.5, 32.5, 25, 35, 35, 35, 330, 2.5, Simpson, 36, $3.50, now 5, money, 5, 350, now 5, 350, now 5, 65, 70, 5, 80, 5, 385, 90, 95, $4.5, $4.5, $4, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, $4, D&D, 35. $7 here, $2.70, now 2.5, 270, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 585, 87, 90, 2.5, 95, 97, $3, 2.5, 35, 35, 302 and a half, 5, 302 and a half, 7.5, 3 and 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 3, 12 and a half, Nolan, 26. Ex-roping has been waiting forever. 7 here, 350, now 5. 350, now money, 5. 350, now 5. 350, now 5. 52 and a half. 352 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, 5. 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half. 360, 2 and a half, 5. 7 and a half, 70. 370, 2 and a half, 5. 5, 5, 7 and a half, 80. 380, 2 and a half, 5. 87 and a half. 387 and a half. 385, Troy, number. Put them on 4. Watch him a little bit, Andy. Two more, pick T-like. 7, $3, now 5. $3, now 5. Any T-like. 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 3, 15. 3, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, 3, 25. 3, 25. 30, 5, 40, 5, 50, 355, 355, 355, 355, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 350, Lady, 93. Sell one over there, $2, now 5. Own the money, now 5. One over there, $2, now 5. $2, now 5, 10, 15, 20, 225, 230, 235, 240, 240, now 40, 240, 5, 50, 5, 60, 5, 70, 270, 270, 270, 70, 70, 270, 270, 265, Javier, 3 on the scale. Javier's on the scale. Two blacks, sell two blacks, two blacks, two blacks. $3.20, now 2.5. 3.20 on the money, 2.5. 3.25, so a bit of 7.5. 30, with a bit of 3.30. 2.5, with a 2.5, 2.5. 35, 37.5, with a bit of 3. 37.5, with a 37.5, 7.5, 7.5. 335, Troy, number 22. Troy, 22. Celebration here, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, money 5, 7, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 317 and a half, 20, with a 320, 317 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, with a 2 and a 5, with a 25, 25, 25, 25, 322 and a half, Nolan 26. Okay, you're buying all black, all black, all black. 7 here. Okay, sell 4 blacks. 3, 10, 12 and a half. 3, 10, 3, 12 and a half. On the money, 12 and a half. now 15, now 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 322 and a half, 5, 325, 2 and a half, now 5, but a 325, 25, 25, 25, 25, 322 and a half, capital 94. 7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, money 2, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 370 and a half, but a 20, but a 2 and a half, but a 20, 2 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 330, but a 30, 330, 330, 330, 330, 327 and a half, Troy, number 1. There's 270, now 5. 270, now 5. 270 on the money, 585, 95, $3, 2 and a half, 305, 37, 10, $10, 10, 310, 310, 307, 10, 10, 10, 10, 307 and a half. Nolan, 27. Seven and a half, 180, not 2, 180, but $18, 4, hey, money, 2, 4, 86, 88, 90, 192 and a half, 95, 97, half, now $2, 2 and a half, 5, 205, 205, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 212 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 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 210, show number 8. Okay, if you're watching on the internet, the rehab sale is going to be after we get through the regular sale. All the rehab will be after we get through the regular sale. 285, 87, 90, 290, 290, 290, 90, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 35, 305, 305, 7 and a half, but a 10, 10, 12 and a half, but a 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 315, 315, 315, 315, 315, 312 and a half, Nolan 26. Show one big bull. 250 now 2 and a half, 250 now 2 and a half, 5, 257 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 282 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 282 and a half, 280, and that'll be Nolan 29, Nolan 29. Two big ones, two big ones, two big ones. 290, now 2 and a half, money 5, 7 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, but a 302 and a half, 5, 305, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, but about 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, but 20, but 320, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, capital 31. He got 2 big ones. There you go, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 350, now 5, 350 on the money, 5, 65, 75, and 85, 95, and a 395, 395, 395, 95, 95, 95, 390, D&D 35. Say, you like them here? Okay, so 3 little ones, 3 little ones there. 330, now 5, money 5, 40, but a 5, but a 50, but a 5, but a 365, 375, but a 75. You're buying 3 little ones, 375, 370, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, but a 5, 370 gully, 1 gully number 1. 7 here, 7 and a half, $3 now. 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 19, 20, 320, 317, 19, 20, 320, 320, 317 and a half, D&D 26. Okay, hold the big one. Hold. 305, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, money 7 and a half. Holding the biggest one. 307 and a half, 10, 310, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 12 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 and a half, 310, capital 31. $7.60 now 2.5. 260 on the money now 2.5. 5, 7, 70, 2.5, 7, 80, but 280, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, but 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290. Nolan 29. Here's $7.5, $3, now 10, $1, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 5, 305, 7.5, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 312 and a half, capital 34. $7.5, 305, 37 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 307 and a half, $10, 10, $310, $10, $10, 310, 310, 310, 307 and a half, capital 31. There he is. Oh, $7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302 and a half, 292 money, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 292 and a half, 292 and a half, $3. D&D 26. Okay, pick two you like, pick two you like. 350 now 5, 355, any two. 350 now 5, money 5, 355, 355, 5, 5, 5, better 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 350, 2.5, 350, 2.5, 350, capital 35. He wants them all. He wants them all. Cap 35. Watch out, Jody. No, next. 340, not 2.5, 340, not 2.5, on the money, not 2.5, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 340, capital 35. Okay, sell the heifer. Sell the heifer. $2.30 now, 2.5, 2, 32.5, 35, 35, 37.5, 40, 55, and 50, 55, and 265, and 265, 265, 70, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 55, 7, 8, 80, 280, 2.5, 8, 2.5, 82.5, 280, 871, 871, $2.70 now, 2.5, 270 on the money, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 5, 87 and 90, 290, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 290, 55, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290, Nolan 29, Nolan 29. Sell one, big one, 270 now, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 290, big red heifer, 270, 2.5, and 270, not, we get her out. There she is. 270 now 2.5. 270 now 2.5. 270, 2.5, 60, 2.5. 260 money 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 260. Shoat 8. Shoat number 77. Shoat 77. Little heifer over there, 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12, heifer by scale, 15, 17, 22 and a half, 25, 25, 27, 30, 2.5, 5, 37, 40, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 350, 2.5, 55, 55, 7.5, 360, 60, 360, 357.5, lady 93, lady 93, $3.20, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, money 2.5, 320 over there, 2.5, 27.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 32.5, 330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 330, Troy 45, Troy 45. So red heifer, 7.5, 320, now 2.5, 320 on money, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, now 2.5, but 25, 27.5, but 330, but 30, 2.5, 32.5, 32.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 330, 2.5, 330, Troy 3, 7.5, $3, now 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, 2.5, $3, now 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, over there, 302.5, 302.5, but 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5. Hold it, Gilbert. 280, 2.5. 280, 260, 2.5. On the money, 2.5, 260, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 270, 270, 2.5, 275, 75, 7.5, 280, 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 82.5, 280, Tom 3. What do you got? Two little ones there. $3, 20, 2.5, 320, two little ones, 2.5, money, 2.5, 325, but 25, 25, 25, 7.5, 327.5, 30, but 30, but 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 35, 35, 7.5, but 37.5, 37.5, 335, Troy 5, 7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 30, 2.5, money, 2.5, 305, 7.5, 10, but 12.5, but 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 79, but 79, 79, 79, 315, capital 31, capital 31. $5 now, $5 weigh the calf now, $5 now, $5 now, 5 money, 5 10 10 out 15 5 15 5 20 5 5 25 30 5 35 40 5 40 5 45 45 50 55 50 5 55 55 55 50 5 45 below. 7 here, 290 now, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but 290, but 2.5, 290, 2.5, money, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 290, 290, got it, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290, Troy, number 5, 45, Troy, 45, Troy, 45. 7 here, 215 now 5, 250 now 5, money 5, 255, 255, 560, 5, 70, 5, 8, 275, 80, 85, 290 now 5, 95, $3, 5, 5, 10, 315, 15, 20, 5, 330, 5, 340, 5, 350, 5, 355, 60, 5, 370, 5, 75, 75, 75, 370, and that'll be D&D 3, D&D 3. Got a bull over there, 270, now 2.5, 2.5, now 5, 75, 2.5, bull, 75, 75, 75, 75, 270, 2.5, Nolan, number 27, Nolan, 27, 7.5, 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, on the money, 2.5, 5, 25, 27, 7.5, 320, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 37.5, 37.5, 337.5, 337.5. Now 40, 340, 340, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, Troy, number 45. Troy, 45. 7 here, 340, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 7.5, 350, 2.5, 355, 7.5, 60, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, 370, 2.5, 75, 75, 75, 370, 2.5, Troy, 3. $170 now 5, $170 now 2.5, $170 now 2.5, 2.5, minus 5, 5, 5, 5, 70, 2.5, 7.5, 180, 180, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 185, 8, 2.5, now 5, $85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 180, 2.5, lady, 95. Lady, 95, 70, $2, 30 now 5, 230 now 5, 235 on Red Bull, 5, money, 5, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 230, lady, number 94. Two more. Pick two you like. 290 now, 2.5. 290, 295, 95, 95. Any two. 95, 97 and a half. 297 and a half. $3, $3, 2.5. 302 and a half. 5. 305, 7 and a half. 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10. 310, 310, 310, 310. 307 and a half. Capital number 5. Settle red. 280 now, 2.5. On the money now, 2.5. 280, 2.5. Red one, 280, 290, 2.5. 5, 87 and a half, 90, 290, 2.5, 5, 95, 95, 7.5, $3, $3, 297 and a half, D&D, 16, 26. D&D 26. Every kind, 7 and a half, $3 now, 2.5, 302 and a half, money, 2.5, 5, but a 3 up, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 19, 20, 2 and a half, 325, 7 and a half, 30, but a bit of 2 and a half, but a bit of 5, but a 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 335, capital 21, capital 21. 7 here, 2 little ones, 2 little ones, 2 little ones there, $3.60 now, 5 money, 5, 75, 85, but a 90, but a 395, but a $4.5, 405, 405, 405, 2 little ones, 405, $4, D&D 35. 7 here, 7 here, 330, now 5. 330, now 5, but a 330, now 5, but a 335. 330, now 2.5, but a 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. 330, 2.5, capital number 34. 34. Seven here, 280, not 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, not 2.5, 2 money, 2.5, 585, 7, 90, 290, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290, capital 31. No, I don't want to get cold. I was ready for it to cool down. That's it.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Tuesday night, it's hot.
Yes,
7 here, $3 now, 2.5, 302 and a half, 2.9 money, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, $3, capital 31.
that actually wasn't.
Seven here, 280, now 2.5, 280, now 2.5, 5, 85, 87 and a half, 287 and 90, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 5, 85, 95, 95, 7 and a half, 97 and a half, $3, but a 2.5, but a 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, $3, D&D 26, D&D 26. 7 280, not 2.5, 280, 295, money, 2.5, 7 8, 90, but a 2.5, but a 5, 95, 97 and a $3, 2.5, but a 3, 7 8, 10, but a 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but a 15, 17, 97 and 20, 320, 2.5, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, but a 327 and a half, 325, D&D 26, 7 270, now 2.5, but a 2.5, 72 and a 5, 5, 5, 5, but a 75, 7 and a half, but 80, 280, 280, 280, 2.5, but 87 and a half, 90, but a 2.5, 5, 97 and a half, $3, 2.5, but a 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, $3, 871, 871, 270, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but a 270, 2.5, on the money, 2.5, 75, 75, but a 5, 5, 5, 2.5, now 5, now 5, now 5, 270, 2.5, 871, 871. 7 and a half, 305, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 305, 307 and a half, 307 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 307 and a half, 305, 36, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, money 2.5, 590, 597 half, $3, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 55, 2.5, now 5, 305, 302.5, capital 34. Same cattle right here, $3 now, 2.5, 302.5. On the money, 2.5, 302.5, 2.5, 305, but it's 7.5, 7.5, but a 10, but a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, about a 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 307.5, capital 31. $280, not 2.5 on the bull. $280, not 2.5. $280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $280, 2.5, money 2.5. $280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. $280, Nolan 26. Seven and a half, $3, 20, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, 2.5, 320, but 2.5, 320, 10, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 312 and a half, that'll be fry 28, fry 28. $7.5, $3, now 2.5, 302.5, 302, money 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5 out of 5 out of 5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, 302.5, Troy number 9. Say, two big ones, sell two big ones. 330, now 2.5, 330 on the money, now 2.5. 330, now 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but about 2.5. 330, Troy 45. Seven here, $7.5, $4 now 5. On the money now 5. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. 5 out to go. 405, 405, 405, 405. $4 H 38. Seven here, 340 now 5. 340 now money now 5. And about 340, 2.5. 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, about 2.5. 45, 47, 50, 2.5, 50, 2.5, 50, 2.5, 50, 2.5. 350 D&D 35. Seven here, two little ones here. 360 now 5. 360 now 5. Money 575 at 8, but 75, 80, 55, but 390, but 5, but 4.5, but 4.5. 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 425, 425, 30, but 35, but 35, 40, but 5, 445, 50, but 5, but 455, 5, but 5, 450 H number 4. H right here, one by the scales, $3, 20, now 5, 320, money 5, 325, 320, now 5, going on, 320, now 5, 320, Troy, 45 on the scales. You're fine.
You should never try it. Just
Which
try
way?
it.
112, which way? I agree. I agree. It does.
Yes, I can't believe it's been a year.
I agree. When's the bee master sale?
Is it? Oh, I hope it is.
I thought he's coming up pretty quick. I
It
don't know.
is because I just saw that advertisement.
Yeah, I see it advertised.
Good time. Give me 5.
And we used to have the blanket sale in November. Now we don't. We didn't have it last time. That hill country blanket.
Yeah,
That
right.
was November. When's the Beefmaster sale? Last next week.
Seven, 290, now 2.5, 290, now 2.5, 290, but the bid 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, now money 2.5, 295, 95, 95, 95, 97, $3, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 2.5, 5, but 305, 5, 5, 7, 8, 7, 8, 307 half, 305, capital number 31, capital 31. Seven here, buy three or more, hold one if you need to, $3 now, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, but 2.5, money, 2.5, but hold one if you need to, 5, 305, 7, 8, 7, 8, 10, 310, 10, 12 and a half, a bit of 12 and a half, 15, a bit of 15, 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 379, 379 and a half, 315, Troy 45. The slick. Oh, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, but about 280 now, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, but about 2.5, on the money, 5, 7 and a half, 90, but 290, 290, 290, 287, 890, but about 90, 290, 287 and a half, fried 28, fried 28. It's 7 and a half, 7 and a half, but a bit of 325 now 30, 325, 30, 330, but a bit of 270 now 5, but 270 now 5, money 5, 275, 555, but a bit of 5, 270, Tom 3, Tom 3. Oh, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 370 now 2.5, 370 now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but a bit of 370 now 2.5, 370 on the money now 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 375, but a bit of 2.5, 7 and a half, 80, but a bit of 80, 380, 2.5, but a 80, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 380, capital number 45. 380, capital 45. It's 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 370 now 5, money 75, money 5, 85, 95, $4 now 5, 10, 15, 25, but a 30, but a 430, 430, 25, 30, 430, 430, 430, 425, that'll be H number 4, H number 4. 7 and a half, 7 and a half, but a bit of 7 and a half, 380 now 5, 380 on the money now 5, 90, but a bit of 5, but a bit of $4, but a 5, but a 10, 415, 20, but a 5, but a 30, but 430, 425 now 30, 30, 30, 30, 430, 430, 425, H number 4. It's 320, now 2.5. 320 on money, 2.5, 5, but 25, 25, 7.5. 327, 30, but 330, 2.5, but 2.5, 35, 37.5, 40, but 2.5, 5, but 45, 345, 55, 340, 2.5. Capital number 35. Okay, 7 over there, 7 here. 350, now 2.5. 350, now money, 2.5. 55, 55, 57.5. 360, but 2.5, but 5, but 7, but 70, but 2.5. 2.5, 75, 7.5, but 80, but 2.5, but 85, 85, 85. 380, 2.5. Simpson 50, Simpson 50. Over there, $3, now 2.5. 302.5, money, 2.5, 25. 7.5, 10, number 12.5, but 15, but 79, but 20. 320, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 320, Nolan 26. Nolan 26, Nolan 26. 7 here, 320, now 2.5. 320, money, 2.5, 25, but 25, 27.5. 330, but 2.5, but 330, 2.5, 30, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 330, capital 35. 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, but the money, 12.5, 15, 79, but 20, but 320, 379, 20, 20, 20, 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, but 320, 2.5, now 5, but 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 320, 2.5, capital 31.
No, I told them I didn't want it because I used tickets last year at the auction. I couldn't cash it. I thought I needed one, then I remembered I don't use it. Tuesday I need it. And I didn't have it. Gustavo Lopez. Next weekend is the beef master.
I think that's what he said.
Yeah. It's Saturday, I don't know. Huh? Oh, we do? Yeah, when you're wanting to plan something, it always works that way.
Yeah, never fail.
Some of the rehab. These are rehab.
I 270, now 2.5. 270, now 2.5, but 75, 5, 5, 5, 275. 275, 7.5, but 80, but 280, 280, 280, 280, 280. 277.5, that'll be Fry 28. Fry 28. All right. So one here going out. Up right there, 7.5, but $7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, 292, 1 hit over there, 302.5, 302.5, but 270 now, 2.5, 270, 2.5, but over there going on, 2.5, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 280. 280, 277.5, Gully 22. 7 here, $3, 30, now 2.5, 330, 2.5, 7.5, 40, 2.5, 45, 7.5, but 47.5, 350, but 2.5, but 55, 57.5, 357.5, 357, 60, but 360, 2.5, but 5, but 7.5, 370, but 2.5, but 5, but 7.5, but 80, but 2.5, but 85, 87.5, and 90, but 390, 2.5, but 95, 97, 7.5, $4, 2.5, but 402, 2.5, $4, and be D&D 4, D&D 4. Sell a bull, $3, now 5, $3, now 5. One bull, $3, now 5, 5. 305, 305, 305. Money, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 305, 3, 5, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 5, 325, 30, 30, 325, Brian Hoffman. 7 here, $2, 40, now 5, 240, now 5, 240, now 5, and then 55, 65, 75, and 80, but 5, but 90, 295, 95, $3, 5, but $3, 5, 10, 15, but 20, 5, but 325, 25, 25, 25, 320, H 37. Two bulls, sell two bulls, two bulls. $3.70, now five. $3.70, now five. $3.75, 5 in the money. $5.85, 95. $4.05, 45, 10, 15, 15, 25, 30, 35, $4.40, now five. 50, 50, $4.45 blue. Blue. Sell one little heifer. $3.40, now five. $3.40, now five. There's she at $3.40 on about 5. $3.45. 5, 50, 350. Now 5, $3.55. 60, 5, 75. 80, 5, 90, 5, 95, 95, 94, $4.05. 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 4.25, 20, 30, 34, 35, 35, 40, 5, 50, 50, 4.45. So lease. Oh. Woodward cattle. All right, sell two head, 320, now 2.5. 320, now 2.5. 320, now 2.5. Money, 2.5. 320, 2.5. You're buying two head. 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 320, Troy, number 5. Seven and a half, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2.5, money 2.5, 330, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 32.5, let's go, 32.5, 32.5, 330, Troy, 5. Sell three big ones, 7 and a half, 370, now 5. 370, now money, now 5. 75, 75. Three big ones, 375, 80, 80, 50, 50, 80, 50, 75, 80, 80, 50, 5. 85, 90, 90, 50, 90, 90, 95, $4, $4.05, 405, 55, 5. $4, Troy, 4, Troy, 4. $4, now 5, $4, now 5. $4, now 5, 10, 15, 25, 30, 430, 430, 430, 35, 40, 55, 455, 455, 450, now 5, 5, 5, 5. 450, H30. There's steers, pretty good kind right here. 310, 12 and a half. 310, 12 and a half. Money, 12 and a half. 15, 79, 79, 20. 320, 17 and a half. 20, 320, 320, 320. 317 and a half. Troy, 22. Troy, 22. Sell the big one, big one, big one. $2 now, $2. $2 now, $2. 202, 202, 202, 202. $2 now, 24. 204, 204, 44, 94, 94, 94. 22, 204, 204, 204. 202. Show, 77. 7 and a half, $3.70, now 5. 370, now money, now 5. 375, 5, 80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 95, 395, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy, 4. Seven, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, money 2.5, 290, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 95, now 7.5, $3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 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 $3, D&D 26. Sell the big one, number 7.5, 350, now 5, 355, and the money, 560, 355, $60, 60, 360, sell the big one, 360, 355, Lady 94. Sell a little one, $5 now, 5. $5 now, 5. 10, number 10, little 10, 10, 5, 5, 10, 15, 20. 525, 30, 5, 40, 5, 40, 535, 40, 5, 40, 5, 40, 535. So lease.
I got 15 work and an 8 work.
All right, next 23 head. I've had 2 rounds 7-way and triangle 10. Been wormed with Ivomac. 2 rounds of 7-way, 2 rounds of triangle 10. Cheers. We get the ones here. $335, 7.5, $335, money 7.5, $337, 7.5, 40, now 40, even I'm on a 2.5, 2.5, 45, 7.5, $350, 50, now 52.5, $352, 5, 55, 7.5, $360, 2.5, 5, $365, 7.5, $367, 367, 7.5, $365, Simpson 36. 7 here, 320, now 2.5, 320 on the money, 2.5, 7.5, 330, 32.5, 2.5, 335, 7.5, 40, 40, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 47.5, 347.5, 50, 350, 352.5, 52.5, 52.5, 355, 7.5, 357.5, 357.5, 7.5, 7.5, 355, Troy 22. Well, you got a good set of cattle. Good ones, 320, now 2.5, 320 on the money, 2.5, 5, 25, 7.5, 330, with a bit of 2.5, with a bit of 32.5, 5, 35, 7.5, 340, with a bit of 2.5, with a bit of 5, with a bit of 7.5, 350, with a bit of 50, 50, 50, 350, 350, 350, 350, 347.5, Simpson 36. Yeah, good cattle. Seven and a half, 325, 7.5, 325, money 7.5, 30, 30, 2.5, 35, 35, 37.5, 37.5, 40, 2.5, 42.5, 45, 7.5, 340, 7.5, 50, 350, 2.5, 350, 2.5, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, $60, 360, 2.5, 2.5, 360, 2.5, 360, Simpson 36. 7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302.5, money, 2.5, 7.5, 7.8, 7.8, 10, 310, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 317.5, 20, 320, 320, 320, 20, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 321, 2, 322, 322, 321, Troy, 24, Troy, 24. Okay, 330, not 2.5. 330, not 2.5. Money 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 330, but 2.5, 32 2.5, 2.5, 35, 37.5, 40, but 2.5, but 5, 45, 7.5, 350, but 2.5, but 5, but 7.5, 360, but 360, 357.5, Gully 1, Gully number 1. 7 here, 7.5, 320, now 2.5. On the money, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 5, 25, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 5, 37.5, 340, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 350, 50, 50, 2.5, 50, 2.5, 355, 7.5, 357.5, 357.5, 355, Troy, 3. Okay, buy the head over there. Buy the head, selling to many more as you want. 200 by the head, now 25. 200 now 25, money 57, 75 now, 300 and a quarter. 3.5, 375, $400, 400 now, 400 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter, 4.9, 4.9, 4.9, 4.9, 4.9, 450, 450, 475, $500, 500 and a quarter, 5.5, 575, 600, now quarter, 6.5, 6.5, 75, 675, 75, 75, 75, $650 a head, Tom 3. By the head. 50, now 75. 50 bucks. Look them over. Money 75, 100 and a quarter, half, 100 and a half, 175, 200, now quarter and a half, 2 and a half, 275, 300, $300, 275, 300 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 300 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, cut a better, 300 and a quarter, 300 by the head. Javier, number 2. By the head here. 225, 250 on the money, 50, 75, 300, and a quarter and a half, now 3 and a half, 350, 75, $400, 400 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, $450, $50, $50, $450, $450, 425. Show number 1. Okay, you buying 2 head and many more as you want. By the head, 300 and a quarter, 300 and a quarter on money quarter, half, 3 and a half, 375, 400 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 475, 475, 475, now 500, 500 and a quarter, 500 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter, 500 by the head and a quarter, 500 and a quarter, 500 and a quarter, 500 by the head. Russell, number 2. Okay, hold it. Ain't going to be 3 of them. 3 head, Russell 2. Okay, by the head. $100 now, 25. 100 now, 25. 100 by the head now, 25. 50. 150. 125. 150. 125. 150. Over there. 150. 150. Now 75. Now 200. $200. $200. $200. $200. But he paid 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. 175. Javier 2. Okay, by the head here. 275 by the head now, 300. 275, 300 and a quarter, now hand now 75, 75, 400 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 475, 500 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter, 5 and a half, 75, 575, 600, $600, $600, $600, 600, 600, 600, 575. Russell number 3. Put them on 3. Okay, over there, many more as you want. By the head. 225, 250. 225 on the money, 50. 225, 250. Over there, many more as you want. 250, 75. 275, 300. 300, 300. 275, $300, 300, 300. But 275 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3. 275, Tom, 3. Okay, gonna be 2 more, Andy. Okay, selling 3 head here. 100 by the head, now 25. 100 now, on the money, now 25. Now 50. 175. 150, 175. Now 200. 200, 200, 175, now 200, 200, $200, about to pay 200. 200, 200, 200, 200. 175 by the head, Tom, 3. $190 on 190 on 190 now on the money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 94, 5, 96, not a 6, 7, not a 7, not a 7. 197, 197, 196. Lone Star 1. Seven here, 70, 270, now $2, 4. 270, 24, 444, 6, 78, 80, bit of it, 2, bit of 4, bit of 84, 68, 88, 292, bit of 4, bit of 94, 94, 290, 4, 94, 94, 94, 94, 94, 292, Nolan, 27. Seven in a minute, $3 now, two big ones, sell two big ones, $3 now, $3 on the money, 2, 4, 304, 306, 8, 3, 8, 10, 12, in the minute, 14, 16, in the minute, 16, 316, in the minute, 16, 16, 16, 314, D&D 26. 7 and a half, $3, 10, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, on the money, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 20, with a 2 and a half, 5, with a 7 and a half, 30, with a bit of 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, with a bit of 40, with a 40, with a 40, 337 and a half, Gully 1, Gully 1. Seven and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, with a 70 and a half, 20, with a 320, 2 and a half, with a 5, 325, 7 and a half, with a 330, with a 32 and a half, with a 2 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 340, with a 2 and a half, with a 5, with a 5, 5, 5, 345, 45, 45, 342 and a half, Gully number 1. Take a bunch of that back off that last card? Did she take a bunch of pages off that last card? Oh, okay. Over there, 7 and a half, 130 now, 130, he would $1, he would 1, 2, 32, 34, 36, 38, $40, 40 now, 40, 142, with a bit of 2, 4, with a bit of 6, with a 8, 148, 50, 150 now, 2, with a 4, with a bit of 54, 6, with a 6, 58, 58, 58, 160, 162, 4, 64, 6, with a 8, with a bit of 8, 8, 8, 166, show number, put it on. 2, 12, show 12, show 12. Oh, there's 7 and a half, 130, now 2, 1, now about 31, 130, now 1, F30, now 1, over there, 130, now 1, 130, 1, 10, 11, 110, $11, going on the scales, 110, 11, 110, 111, money, 11, $11, $11, 12, 11, 12, 112, 13, 14, 14, 14, 14, 113, Tom, 3, sell the black steer over there. Black steer, 240 now, 2 and a half, 2 to 40, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 45, 245, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 250, 50, 250, 2 and a half, 5, 55, 7 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 270, 267 and a half, lady 95, 250, now 2 and a half, 5, 55, 5, 5, 255, 7 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, at 85, 87 and a half, 290, 90, 90, 90, 290, 287 and a half, Nolan 29. Seven half, 160 now, $160 one, able to $1, $1, able to $1, $1, $160 now, 144 now, 5, 144 now, 5, 145, money 5. 144, now 5. 145, 6. 146, 7. 147, 48. 148, 148, 49, $9, now 50. 150, 151. Every one, $1, $1, $1, $1, $1, $1. 150, Marty, number 18. Okay, been running with the bull for 3 months. 149, 2. $140 2. Money 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 147, 46, 7, not a 7, not a 7, 8. 148, now 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. 148, Lone Star. Settle Black Bull, 370, now 5. 370, now 5, and the money 5, 80, 5, and 85, 95. 395, $4, now 5, now 5, 10, 15, 20, 420, 420, 415, Blue. Sell a heifer, 330, now 5. 330, on money 545, and a 50, with about 5, and a 365, 75, 80, with 5, and a 90, with about 5, and a $4, $4, 5, 10, and then 10, 15, 20, with about 5, and a 30, 435, 40, with 440, 435, D&D 21. So steer over there, 7.5, 360, now 5. On the money, 570, 5, 80, 85, 90, 95, $4, 5, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 420, 420, 420, 415, Troy, number 4. That little one over there, 7.5, 380, now 5. 380, now 5, 85. 380, now 5, money 5, and 90, 95. $4, now 5, 10, 15, 415, 415, 415, 415, 410, DH30, H30, 7.5, 3, 10, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Capital, 34. 7.5, $3, now 2.5. 302.5, money 2.5, 302.5, 25, 305, 7.5, 10, 10, $10, 10, 12.5, 312.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 315, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 315, Troy 1. Settle a big one, 270, now 2.5, 5. 7.5, 80, 2.5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 97.5. $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 305. 302.5, now 5, 5, 3.7.5, 3.7.5, 7.8, 10, 10, 307.5, Nolan 27. 7 here, $3.70, now 5, 370 on the money, 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, $4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 430, now 5, 440, 5, 45, 445, 440, D&D 20. 7, 110, 111, 110, 11, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 119, 20, 1, 22, 3, 4, 125, 4, 5, 6, 6, 125, Marty 7. 7 here, 133, 34, 133, now money, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 41, 141, 2, 2, 2, with the bed, $2, 141, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, 3, 43, 43, 44, 145, 145, 46, 147, 148, 148, $8, 147, Brent H. Short, solid, 4 and 5 months bred. 7 here, weigh them to you. 135, $36. 135, money 6, 7, 8, 9, 41. 2, 3, 44, 46, 48, 50. 152, 4, 54, 56, 58. 162, 4, but a 2, 4, 6, 8, 70. 172, 2, 2, 4, 74. 174, 172, 9, 4, 9, 4, 9, 4, 9, 4, 6. 178, 178, 78, 8, 176, Fry 19. What's they are light bred. 2 and 3 months bred. You talk about good. 2,700, 2,800. By the head, 27, 28. 27 on the money 8. 27, 2,800. 2,800, 27, 28. Money's down now. 2,800. 27, 28. 27 and a half. 2,700 and a half. 2,700 and a half. 2700 and a half. I have it. Out to go. 27 and a half. 27 and a half. 2700. Show. 13.
Houston guy.
Yeah, 101.
Still got 20 We're not making it at 11.
Weigh the cow, 120 now 3. 120 now 3. 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, $29, 9, 30, 130. 130, 130, 130, 101, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 35, 134. Shoat number 2, shoat 2. $790, 1, 90, now 1, 91, 2, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, $1, $15, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 50, 15, 17, 117, 19, 119, 117, 19, 21, 121, 121, 122, 22, 21, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 121, Javier number 28, Javier 28, Javier 28, 380 over there now 5, 380 money 590, 5 and a 4, not a 4, not a 4, not a 5, 405, 10, and a 10, 15, and a 20, 420, now 5, now 30, now 5, now 40, and a 440, 440, 435, Troy 4. Seven here, $4, now 5, $4, now 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 25, 40, 25, 445, 55, 65, 475, 80, 55, 90, 495, $5, 5, $5, 5, 505, 10, 10, 10, and 15, 5, 15, 5, 15, 5, 10, Fox 1, 6 months bread wire, 130, now 1, $130 1, money 1, 2, 32, 33, 33, 34, 35, 135, 34, now 5, 36, 36, 7, 8, 38, 9, $40, we did 1, 2, we did 3, we did 4, we did 5, we did 6, we did 7, 48, 49, 50, we did 1, we did 51, 151, 51, 51, 51, 51, 150, Reese 21, Reese 21. They are light bread. 7 William 220 now 2.5. 220 now money 2.5 5 7 30 2.5 and a 5 and a 37 half 40 2.5 5 7 half 50 250 250 2.5 5 55 7 half 260 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 260 shoat number 99 19 shoat 19 shoat 19 2 and 3 months bread light bread 7, 133 now 4, 133, 134, 5, 6, 7, 38, 39, 40, 141, $1, 2, $1, 2, 3, $4, 5, 146, 145, $6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 145 Lone Star. Weigh the cow, weigh the cow. 7 138 9, 138 $9, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 46, 47, 48, 49, $50 1, 151, 2, 3, 4, 55, 56, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 156 Lone Star. Somebody want a good one by the head. 600 now 25. Now 50. Now 75. Now 7 and a quarter and a half. 75. 800 and a quarter and a half. And a 75. 900 and a quarter. 9 and a half. 75. $1,000 and a quarter. 1,000 now quarter. $1,000 and a quarter. Now half. 1,000 and a half. 1,000 and a quarter and a half. And a half and a half. And a 1,000 and a half. 1,025. Tom 3 by the head. Sell this one by the pound, 440. Now 5, 440, 5, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, $5 now, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 25, 30, 5, 35, and 40, 545, 550, 555, 560, 560, 560, 565, and 70, 5, 75, 570, Tom 3, Tom 3. They are bred now. 145.46, 145 money $6, 147, 148, 149, 150, 51, 52, 53, 54. 154, 5, 55, 54, 5, 154, now 5, 5, 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 154, Reese, 21. $120 now one. Able to one, not a one, not a one. On the money now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30, 1, 31, 2, 33, 33, 34, 35, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, $40, 141, able to one, not a one, able to one, not a one, not a one, not a one, not a one, 140, Lone Star. They, no. Sell the little bread cow. 150 now 2.5, now 5, now 7, now 65, now 75, now 80, 85, now 91, 90, 185, 95, 195, now $2, 5, $2, 5, 10, 10, 15, 215, 220, 220, 215, 17 half, 217 half, 217 half, 215, show number 18, showed 18. They're open, 140 now 1, 141, 2, $1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 148, 146, 7, 8, 147, 8, 147, 8, 148, $8, 147, show number 2, show 2. Boys are heavy bred, 7 and 8 months bred. What do you got, 2,000, now 2,100, by the head. Spin around one time, Jody. 2021, 22, 23, 24, 23, 4, 5, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 3,000, 3,000, 31, 3,100, by the head. 3,000 now, 3,100, 31, now half, 31 half, 31 half, 3,100 half, 31 half, 3,150, 50, 50, 50, 50, 3,150, $3,100. Show 13. Boy, that is a pair. Sell them together. 800, now 900. 800, now 900. On the money, 900. 850, 850, 900, now 50, now 1,000, now 50, now 1,100, 11 and a half, 11 and a half, 12, 1,200, 1,200, 1,200, 11 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 1,200 and a half, 1,200, now 50, now 50, now 50, 12, 50, 12, 50, 12, 50, 12, 50, $1,200. Tom 2, Tom number 2. Open cow. Sell her 150 now 1, 151 2, 2 2, 1 2 3 4 5, $6, $7, $8, 158 9, 161 2, 1 2 3, 3, 163. Open cow. 163, 162 3 4, 164 5, 164 Lone Star. By the head here. 2,500, 2,600, 25 money 6 7, 26 7, 27 28, 29, 3,000, now 31, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, $3,000. Show 13. Sell 2 open cows. 130 now 1. 130 now 1. 31. Able to win that 1. That 1. Money 1. 130 now 1. Able to win that 1. That 1. That 1. That 1. That 31. 31. 31. 31. 130. Marty 25. Marty 25. By the head here. 25. 2,600. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 3,000. 31. 32. 32. 33. 32. 32 and a half help. 32 and a half. Now 3. 3,300 and a half. 33 and a half. Real lady. 33 and a half. 33 and a half. Now 4. 34. 375 4. 34. 34. 4 and a quarter. 34 and a quarter. 34 and a quarter. 34 and a quarter. Now half. 34 and a half. 34.75. 34.75. 34.75, 34.75, 34.75, 34.50. Marty, 41. Yard them with the 4. Hey, they're 4 and 5 months bred. More than 6 months bred, I guess. Two or more. 7 half, it is 1,700 and a half. 1,700 and a half. 1,700 on the money and a half. 1,700 and a half. Now 1,800, 1,800, 18, 18 and a half, 18 and a half, 1,900, 1,900, 1,900, 1,900 and a half. 19 half, 19 half, 19 half, $2,000. 2,000, now 50, now 21, 21, 21, 22, 22 and a half, 23, 2,300, 2,300, now half, a bit of 23 and a half. 23 now, 23 now, 4. 4 would have been 24, $2,400. 4 would have been 24, 23.50 fry, 10 fry, 10. Say wire there, wire. 140 now 1, 140 now 1, 140 now 1, even 1, money 1, 41, 41, 2, 2, 3, 4, 44 now 5, a bit of 44, now 5, 146, 7, 8, 49, 150 now 2, 54, 54, 56, 158, 162, a bit of $2, 164, 164, but a bit of board, out of board, out of board, 162, show number 2. Okay, got in here last night from Marfa. Okay, hold the red cow. You do not get the red cow. 2,000, not at 21, 2,100, 2,100, 2,000. You don't get the red. Now 1, now 2, 22, 23, 24, 25, 2,600, 25, 26, 27, $2,700, $2,700, 26, 27, $2,700, $2,700, 26, 27, $2,700, $2,700, 27, 27, 27, 27, 2,600. Show number 13. 151, where? 151, money, 1, 2, 3, 53, 52, 3, 33, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, $60, down 1, 2, 63, 3, 4, 5, 65, 6, 7, 8, $68, 8, 9, $9, 70, 171, even 1, 170, show 13. $145, $6, $145, $46, 7, 8, 9, 51, 2, 3, 4, 54, 55, $156, all bread, 7, 8, 58, 9, 9, $60, now 1, every 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, a bit more, 64, 5, and 6, a bit 7, 8, $8, 8, 9, that's 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 75, 76, 76, 75, 6, 175, $6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 175, show 12. Number 2, show 2. They're all bred. Wham, 150 now 1. 151 2. At $1 $2, $2. 153, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, $60, 1, 2, with a 3, with a 4, 65, 6, 7, with 8, $8, 9, 70, 1, and a 2, with a 3, with a 4, with a 5, 76, 77, I bet it's $7, $7, 177, $8, $8, $9, $9, $9, 80, with a 1, with a 2, with a 3, 83, 4, 85, 85, 86, 87, $87, $87, $87, 87, 186, Reese, number 21. Open cows, 145, $46, 145, now 6, now 7, 8, 9, 51, 52, 53, 53, 4, 5, 6, 57, 58, 59, $60, 1, 2, $1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, $67, $7, $7, 166, Lone Star. 7 here, 110, 112, 110, 112, money, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 22, 4, 6, $126, 24, 6, 8, 28, 30, 2, 4, 6, 38, 40, 142, 4, 6, 8, 48, $148, $8, $8, $8, $8, 148, 146, show 2. 2 sell 2 Charolais. 2 Charlie's, 140 now 1, 140 keep it at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 51, 152, 153, 4, 154, 154, 53, 4, 5, 2 Charlie's, 5, 6, 157, 158, 159, 160, 60, 160, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 69, 71, 171, 171, 170, fry number 19, fry 19. Okay, okay, sell 2 on the scale, 155, 56. One cow's open. One's light red, one's open. 155, 156. 155, 56, money 6. 155, 56. 155, show number 2. Show 2, thank you. Sell the open cow here, 125, 126. Money 6, 7, 8, 9, 31. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 39, $9, 40, 1, 2, 42, 41, 2, $2, how far 2? 141, show number 99. $7, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, and money's in 5, $4 now 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 5, 425, 30, 5, 435, 35, 35, 40, 440, 440, 440, 435, lady 93. Good age cow, light bread, light bread. 2100, 2200, 21, 22, 21, 22, 21 on the money 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2600, 25, 2600, 2600, 26, 26, 27, 2700, 2700, 2700, 2700, 2700, 2600, show 13. Okay, Bigfoot goes with her old deal. Where? $1, now 2.5. $1, 2.5, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 115. 17 and a half, 20, 120, 2.5, 5, 127 and a half, 130, but 2.5, but 32 and a half, 5, 135, 135, 37 and a half, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 135, Marty number 44, Marty 4.
It's that Joe family.
7.5, 160, now 2.5, 160, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 160, now 2.5, 40, 2.5, on the money, now 2.5, 140, 2.5, 45, 45, 7.5, 147 and a half, 147 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 145, Tom 1. Okay, sell the bread cow. 4 months bread. 140 now 1. 140 now 1. 141 on the money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 150, 151, 51, 2, 153, 154, 154, 154 now 4, 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 153, Reese 21. Open cows, 135, 36, 136, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, bit more, 145, 46, 7, 47, 47, 8, 48, 48, 48, 48, $8, $9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 50, 151, 152, 153, 54, 54, 54, 153, show number 2. Show 2. Got a 7 owner, weigher, 150 now 2. $150 2. 150 on the money, 2, 4, 6, 8. $60, $2, $4, $6, $6, 8, 70. 172, 4, 74, 76, 78, 78, 178, 80, 80, 180, 180, 180, 182, 82, 824, 8246, 88, 90, 190, 190, 190, 188, show number 13. bit of money Tuesday. Big steer. 115 I won. Able to win dollar one money won. 115 I won. 151. Able to win dollar one dollar one dollar one dollar one. 115 I won. Two. Two. $2. 151 Lone Star. Got a black bull. $7 $2 now $2.5 $2 now $2.5 $2 now $2.5 $2.5 $2.5 $2.5 $2.5 $170 now $2.5 $170 now $2.5 $170 on the money now $2.5 $170 $2.5 $170 Tom 3 boom Tom 5 Sell a red heifer. $7 $2.20 now $2.5 $2.20 $2.5 on money $2.5 $2.5 $2.20 $2.5 $2.20 $2.5 $2.5 $5 $7 $30 $2.30 $2.30 $2.5 $5 $35 $35 $7.5 $40 $2.40 $2.40 $2.5 $2.9 $2.9 $2.9 $2.40 show number 8 $7 $2.30 now $2.5 $2.30 $2.5 $2.5 $2.5 $2.5 $2.30 $2.30 $2.5 $2.5 money $2.5 $2.30 $2.5 $2.5 $2.30 $2.30 lady number 95 lady 95. Okay, weaned and vaccinated. Rocking chair. $2.90, not $2.90, $2.90 on the money, $2.95, 97 half, $3, $2.90, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2.95, 305, 555, 2.95, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, 7 half, 37 half, 307 half, 307 half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, $10, $10, $10, $10, 10, 310, 37 half, Troy number 7, yard and with the 9. Rocking chair. 7 hand, weaned and vaccinated, 280, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 285, 85, 87 half, 90, 2.5, 95, 7 half, $3, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 5, 5, 7 half, 307 half, 307 half, 307 half, 7 half, 307 half, 305, Troy 7.
Then we start waiting on after the next 5 minutes. I didn't get a list of stuff. They usually put
No,
that
that's
little list of
so
why we have to do this.
unorganized. Look there, heavy bread. Where $160 too, $160 on the money now too. What do you, she is heavy bread, isn't she? She's heavy bread. 160 now too. $160 too. 4, 6, 8, 70, 172, with a bit of 4, with a bit of 6, 76, 78, with a 80, with a bit of 182, with a bit of $80. 82, 180. Show 13, show 13. That third one over is open. Okay, hold open if you need to. 150 now one. 150 now one. Money 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 55, 56, 57, 57, 58, 59, $160. But a bit of 60. One. Every one. 160 show number 13. Okay, 160 show 99.
730. What's her tag? 35. And I gotta place this with 30. And that was 670. Oh, hello. Yes. No, hold on. What are you saying? Okay, I don't.
Did we get that?
We got it. We got all of them. I think we're almost. I've already threw that down. Yep. We got all of them.
Is that Macintosh? Okay.
I know you said we weren't gonna get all rockets here, but we did.
I think the rest of it's West Texas Rehab, isn't it?
Yeah, that should. And they're gonna come up here.
Okay, is that it? Okay, that's all the regular sale. Gonna start the rehab in just a few minutes, I guess.
I guess I'll move. Oh, Red's not here this time? No, he's in Montana. Oh, he's okay though? He's good. Oh, okay. Y'all want him to start before you say? I tell you, I might fall asleep if I do. That's all right. I got fancy.
All right. I'll talk slow. Okay. All right. We thank everybody for coming out. Thank y'all for being patient. We're going to run through the sale, and then we'll get you in there and get you fed. On behalf of all of our board of directors, our staff, and our patients, we thank y'all so much for all your involvement and support. The West Texas Rehab serves 850 clients a day, all the way from they come in car seats to through our hospice care, through end-of-life care. We can't do that without people like y'all showing up to events like that. We'd like to thank everybody involved with producers, John and Nancy Cargyle, Jody Fry, Benny Cox, so much for them being a great host out here every year for this. We've got some great people to help put this sale together. We've got our roundup chairs, Bob Helmers. Back over here a minute ago, we've got Bob Helmers, Jody Frowell, who will be up here in just a second. Also, our roundup chairs of the big country, Mr. Randy Carson, Ike Taylor, and Minor Alexander. So thank them for so much for all their efforts over there. Also, we'd like to introduce, we've got our honorary roundup chairman, Mr. Red Stegall. and Jake Hooker for everything they do. We thank y'all so much for being here. We're going to have our live auction. Y'all can see them back over here. We're going to show them out to you here in just a second. And it is my great pleasure to introduce a wonderful friend to West Texas Rehab and to agriculture and to ranchers and farmers everywhere, our honorary Roundup chair, Mr. Jake Hooker.
Thank you, Wade. All right. Thank you, everybody. Well, it's an honor to be with you tonight, to this afternoon. Excuse me. Y'all hear me all right? Everybody here all right? All right. Well, Red, I talked to him. Red is in Montana, so he's got a pretty good scenery to be looking at. He said, tell everybody down there I said hello. So Red couldn't be here. But he's doing well, and it's hard to fill Red's spot. When Red's not here, a guy feels like not wearing your hat, feel naked a little bit. But we'll do our best here. So thank everybody for being here, and I'm so thankful to be part of the rehab and that I've been able to be on board. It's what a great organization. Last week got to be in Abilene and be out at Bob Helmer's at his supper right around Christoval there, but I was able to stop in Abilene and go through the rehab. I'd been here to this one, but I hadn't been to the one in Abilene. What a facility! If you haven't gone through, if you haven't been, man, you ought to stop by sometime. But the coolest thing that I noticed was Jason Prue took me to every floor, and the thing that I noticed from the nurses working with the kids all the way up to the financial department, the atmosphere was exactly the same. Everybody was on the same page. Everybody doing the same thing. Everybody's heart was in the same place. And I just thought that was fantastic, because sometimes we get to going and we get to doing and you get to being a part of something, and everybody's got a job to do, and then you forget, or maybe things get lost in translation, but not there, not at the rehab. It's an amazing thing to see, and so it's an amazing thing to be a part of, and so thankful for y'all for what you do, how you do it. The rehab started with ranchers getting together and giving a pen of cattle to raise money. And so to be here today, for you guys to be able to bid on these cows and to make the choice and make the effort to be here to do that, to buy the items for the rehab, it's an amazing thing. It's, as Red always says, it's neighbor helping neighbor. Neighbor helping neighbor, giving a hand up and doing whatever we're called to do. And so thank y'all for that very much. You know, we always get to we get to do this thing in America, in this land that we love. And you know, you look around and there's been a lot of stuff going on. There's been a lot of things happening. But you know what? There's always a lot of things happening. But it's always amazing to me out here in the agriculture world, out here where the rubber meets the road, it's the same. It's exactly the same. It's the same folks doing the same thing, showing up day in and day out to carry on a tradition and to carry on a heritage of taking care of the land, taking care of our land, taking care of our people. And y'all know better than anybody about neighbor helping neighbor. And so as Red always says, we can do without a lot of things, but 3 times a day, 7 days a week, everybody needs a farmer and a rancher. And that's astounding. You guys make the world go round. What you do is so important, not only to right here where you're at, but it spreads all over the world. And so to be a part of you, to be a part of this, and for what y'all do for the Roundup for Rehab, we so much appreciate it. And so for our land that we love, Steve asked me to do a poem that I always do. Red always does a poem, and I'm not much of a poet guy, but I'll do this everywhere we go. And the reaction is the same. No matter if I'm in the smallest place or AT&T Stadium, it makes no difference. It's exactly the same. Everybody is proud to be an American. Everybody is proud of our land and of our heritage. And Johnny Cash wrote this poem in the 70s. And it's called The Ragged Old Flag. He said, I walked through a county courthouse square. And on a park bench, an old man sat there. I said, your old courthouse is kind of run down. He said, no, it'll do for our little town. I said, well, your flagpole's leaned a bit, and that's a ragged old flag you got hanging on it. He said, have a seat. So I sat down. Is this the first time you've been to our little town? I said, I think it is. He said, well, I don't like to brag, but around here we're mighty proud of our ragged old flag. He said, we got a little hole in that flag there where Washington took her across the Delaware. She got powder burned the night that Francis Scott Key set up watching and writing, oh, say, can you see? And she got a bad rip down in New Orleans with Packingham Jackson tugging at her seams. And she almost fell at the Alamo beside the Texas flag, but she waved on, though. She got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville. Got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There was Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Bragg. The south wind blew hard on that ragged old flag. And on Flanders Field in World War I, she got a big hole from a Bertha gun. She turned blood red in World War II, and she hung limp and low by the time that one was through. She was in Korea. She was in Vietnam. She went where she was sent by her Uncle Sam. And the Native Americans, the blacks, the browns, the yellows, and the whites, well, they've all shed red blood for those stars and stripes. But back here in her own good land, she's been abused, burned, denied, dishonored, and refused. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare and she's wearing thin. But she's in good shape for the shape she's in, because she's been through the fire before. And I believe that she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning. We take her down every night. We don't let her touch the ground, and we fold her upright. So on second thought, I think I'll brag. Because just like each and every one of you, I'm mighty proud of my ragged old flag. And that's how we live each and every day, proud of that flag that we represent. And no matter whether you served, whether you're a veteran or anything like that, you don't have to be to represent that flag. The other day, Red said, we was at an event, and he said, I'm not a preacher. But I got up and said, no, I think you are. You're that preacher that don't have to say a word to represent what he represents. And you guys are exactly the same. Y'all represent so well in what you do. And we just thank you for it. And so glad for what you do for the rehab. And I'll leave you with this. Psalm 27:13 says, I would have lost heart unless I had believed that I would see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Unless I'd believed that I'd see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. And how is it that we see the goodness of the Lord? Through neighbor helping neighbor. Through you guys doing what you do each and every day. And see, people from the outside can see that, and y'all can see it, and it just lifts everybody up. So y'all don't ever forget who you are and forget what you represent. Thank you for what you do. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you. There you go, Wade. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Think they've handed out. Everybody's got one of these. I want to turn your attention to one quick thing before we get in here. This page here, cash donations to date. There are a lot of people in this room and in this community that, like Jake said, this program started with people donating a pen of cattle. It's starting now with a lot of people say, I might not have a pen of cattle, but I can cut you a check. I can do that. And we'll do a cash call today. Tuesdays through the sheep and goat sale, they did one over here and raised a little over $5,000. So a lot of those names, there's a lot of those people in the room that were a part of that. As y'all know, we were blessed with a little bit of rain yesterday, or for some of us, quite a bit. We had a lot of people that were great and called this morning and said, we've got cattle that we want to come, but we can't get out. We can't get to our trailer. We're not going to be able to get them in. We'll bring them in next week, in a month, and those times. So there's a lot of involvement, a lot of people that make this sale happen. So, all right.
How did we do it last year? We sold a couple of cattle and then items?
I think we just sold all straight items and then cattle.
Sold straight through cattle.
All right, we're going to go ahead and start off our Lot 1 item. It's donated by our good friend and Roundup Chairman Bob Helmers. It is a handmade Lynn Doherty. Handmade Lynn Doherty knife, Algerita handle, and custom sheath.
All right. Thank you. Coming from Bob Helmers, we've got a big Brangus bull and a cow and a bull calf right behind the gate that's gonna. I'll tell you what, let's do. Austin, get that big gate. We're gonna sell about 2 auction items, and then we're gonna sell some cattle. Them boys will walk out back there if we don't give them something to do every once in a while. Y'all be thinking about that knife. Let's have this cow right here. See what you keep walking and talking. You see what you can get. You get a high bid, and we're going to sell this cow right here, Pam. Come from Bob Helmers and his family down here at Chris Stovall. Right there. With the Bar H brand. $1.40. Money. 42. Ford. $5. $1.45. $1.44. Marty, 25. $1.44. Marty, 25. We'll sell this little bull calf, Frank, and then we'll sell some auction items. We'll sell a couple auction items. Little bull calf right here. Same deal. Bob Helmers and his crew down at Bar H, Chris Stovall. Thank you so much. On a bull calf right there. $340. $5. Money. $340. 2.5. $5. $7.5. $7.5. $347. $347. $345. Troy 45. Troy 45. All right, now, that handmade knife. What are y'all thinking? Who got 500? 600. Money, 600. Money's down. 600. Money, 607. 700. She's coming with it. Excuse me? 700. 7. 650. 650. I got 600 right here. Now 50. Now 700. 750. 750, 750, 800, 50, 850, lady, you're out too. 850, 850, now 9, now 1,000, now 11, 1050, now 11. Thanks. 1,100, thank both of you. 1050, he got it, ma'am. Moore Ranch, that one right there. Yes, sir. Mike Moore, Brent Moore, El Dorado, Texas. All right. What's the next one? Ton of cubes. Thank you, Palmers. We're going to sell this ton of cubes, and then we'll sell this big 8-year-old Brangus bull standing right behind the door. Ton of cubes from Palmers. Palmers right here. Thank you, the Palmers family. Right there. $350, $375, $400. Ton of cubes. 400, Vic. 400. 25. 50. 450. 450. 425. 425 is up high. Now 50. 450. Anybody else? 450. 425. Marty Fry. 425. Marty and Leslie. All right. We've got a registered Brangus bull from Bob Helmers. Said he's an 8-year-old. He kept heifers out of him. Lots of his bulls went on to breed forever and ever. Good gentle bull right there. 192, 3. 193, 4, 5, 6, 95, 196. We're weighing him up to you for $1.96. 195. Lone Star. Put him on Cliffy. Okay. Put him on Cliffy number 2. Put him on Cliffy 2. Thank you. Cliffy Reed gets him. Thank you, Bob. Let's wait. What's your next auction item?
Cole's Jewelry, turquoise dangle earrings.
Dangle earrings from Cole's Jewelry. Sterling silver. This is item number 3 on that list from Cole's Jewelry. I tell you what, we can sell a calf while we're waiting. What's the next calf, Pam? Rocking chair, let's have her. Let's have her. Right here, rocking chair. Thank you, Lloyd Whitehead. Lloyd Whitehead, right there, 275, 7.5, 275. Rocking chair ranch, 80, 2.5, 5, 285, 7.5, 90, 2, 4, 294, 294, 4, 292. Troy 7. Thank you. 292. Troy Alcorn. Put her right with those other ones, Andy. Troy number 7. What's your high bid? 300. 25, money, 25, 50, 75, 400, 50, 500, 50, 600, 50, 700, 700, 750, 750, 750, I got 700. 750 to bid to buy. 750, 750, sold at 700. Bill Ballou Farms, B-E-L-E-W, from Winters. Bill Ballou, thank you. He got it. Yes, ma'am. Bill Ballou. Ranch Hand Grill Guard. Number 4 on your list. Number 4 on your list. Ranch Hand from Vehicle Accessories. Grill Guard. Ford or Chevy? Whatever it needs to be. Ranch Hand Grill Guard, Ford or Chevy. Got a certificate right here. Vehicle Accessories. Right there. That's way out there on Merchant Highway, isn't it? About a $900 value here, boys. 525. Ford or Chevy. 525, 525, 525, 5 and a quarter, money quarter, 550. I got 500, 550, Ford or Chevy. I got 500, 550, 550, 600, 50, 650, 650, now 700, 750, 800, 800, thanks for the help, 800, 800. Sold at 750. Where are we going, Chad? Chad Hurt, 750. Chad Hurt. Yeah. You got it. Let's sell one more. No, I tell you what. You better show that one around. Now talk to them people. Get a bid while you're out there. Talk to them. Do you tell me? Right. Let's see what we got next here. More. Be thinking about a painting. Look here from the Uptons. Tag. No, that's not Rocker B. That's Upton, Pam. Yeah. 2803. That's Harriet Upton. Upton Ranch. Thank you so much. You bet. Memory of her husband, Bud Upton. Appreciate all the Uptons have done through the years here at Producers. Bill Upton, Bud Upton. Good calves. Been weaned and vaccinated, I think is what it said on the card, boys. Weaned and vaccinated heifer calves, 365, 367, 365, 365. 367. I thought he would. 365. 50. 2.5. Money. 2.5. 5. 7.5. 7.5. 350. 7.5. 7.5. 350. 355. Troy 1. 355. Troy Alcorn number 1. How much have you collected so far? Well. All right. All right, let's do the painting, Frank. He knows his job. A framed print from Mary Ross Buckholtz, El Dorado Way. Thank you, Mary Ross. On the print, right there. Who got 350, 400, 400, 400. Money's down. 450, 500, 550. 550. 550. Anybody else? 550. Sold at 500. Moore Ranch, 500. Thank you. Mike Moore, Brent Moore family. Got a goodie bag, number 6. Angelo pellets. Oh, Sidectin. Okay, pour on. Let's do that one, and then we're going to do another calf. Sidectin pour on. What is that, a 5 liter? 5 liter. Thank you, Angelo pellets, right next door. Angelo pellets, right there. 325, 350, 75, 400, 25, 425. Come on, Vic. 50, 75, 475, 475, 75, now 500, now quarter, quarter. I need 5 and a quarter half. 75, 575 quarter, 75, 575. Anybody else? 575, 550. Marty Fry, 550. Marty and Leslie. $21.83. Here's your Rocker B steer. Here's your Rocker B. Thank you to Cody Webb and the guys out at Rocker B Ranch, Barnhart, Texas, boys. Kill date at ASU. If you want it, let Wade know. You can do anything you want to do with him, boys. We're going to sell him by the pound for $1.72.5. $1.75, 7.5. $1.80, $2.5, $7.5, $90, $2.5, $5, $7.5, $1.97.5. I got 195 right down here. 197.5. 7.5. 195. Shote 77. Vic Shote number 77. Thank you, 4L Cattle. Yellow House. Yellow House sends. Look at there. That's it. That's it. John Deere Green. You got it, guys. You got it. You got it. Charlie, how much? You got grandkids? 500. 550. 600. 600. 550. 600. $600. 600. 550. 600. 575. Now 600. $600. 600. 575. 666. 600. 600. Now 25. Now 50. 675. Now 700. Now 25. Now 50. Now 75. I got Steve up here at 750. I need 775. 775. 775. Sold it. 750. Thank you. Steve Martin, 750. Steve got the Yellow House. Let's do an auction item and then we'll sell another calf. 4 of those tubs, 125-pound tubs from HLS. Hudson, thank you to the Hudsons out here at Miles. You're getting 4 of them. Go buy Hudsons right there. 300, 275, 300, 25, 350, 375, 400, 425, 450, 475, 500, 25, 550, 575, 575, 575, 550. Alan Hoffman, 550. Thank you. Alan and Marilyn Hoffman. H-A-L-F. H-A-L-F. Bob? That's right. No, not serving lunch until we get through with the auction. Not serving lunch until we get through with the auction. And we will get some cash donations coming mighty quick here in a little bit. That looks like O'Hara. You bet. You bet. O'Hara calf. Send him in right there. There's your tag on his tail, fam, right there. We're going to sell him to you, Russell, by the head. I need 750, 775, 825, 50, 75, 925, 50, 950, 1,000, quarter, half, 10 and a half, 10 and a half. Everybody's out down low. 1050, 1050. Sold 1,000 and quarter. So lease 1,025. Thank you. So lease, he'll get a good home at Blackwell, America. Let's sell one more. Let's sell one more, and then we'll finish. We'll get Twin Mountain next. All right, from the Sugg family. Thank you so much. Yep, we'll see what Frank gets. Got a bull calf over there. Sell that bull calf over there. 220. 2.5. 220, 2.5. 5. 7, 30, 2.5, 5, 7, 40, 40. 240. 240. 40, 40, 40, 2.5. Yeah, lead. 240, 2.5. 240. Fry 7. 240. You already with something, Andy. Fry number 7. Fry number 7. She's 4 months bred. $2 a pound. 2.5. 202, 2.5. Another calf from the Sugg family. 202, 250. Money down. 2.5. 202, 50. $2. Troy number 7. Troy 7. You heard him with the 9s. All right, from Twin Mountain. We've got a 15-mile fence charger. Fence charger, number 9. What's the value on that thing, Wade? About $250. Who'll get 150, 75, 200, now 25, now 50, now 75, now 300, 325, now 50, 75, 400, 4, 375, 400, 400. Sold 375. Troy Elkhorn, 375. Troy Alcorn cattle, Olton, Texas. Wayne Bays, a framed printing, a winter arrival. Wayne Bays, number 10 on your list. Number 10 on your list. Coming from Wayne Bays, right here, who will be $250, $300. Hit three, $250, money down, $300, $350, $75, $375, $375, $350, $375, $400, $25, $425, $450, $450, $75, $475, $475, I got $450 way up here, now $75, $475, sold $450. Lloyd Whitehead, $450. Thank you, Lloyd Whitehead.
This one's got some surprises.
Oh, get ready. Where's that cooler at?
About halfway through stock.
Okay, let's see what we got back to the door. We got a surprise coming up for you on the next one. Get ready. Paint brand. We got number 11 on your list coming up next. This cow came from Pam. Moore Ranch, gotcha. Moore Ranch, El Dorado. Right here, she broke mouth. She is 4 months bred. $135 by the pound, $136, $8, $42, $46, $8, $50, $2, $4, $4, $154, $4, $152, Brent H, $152. Thank you, Brent Hoffman. And thank you, Mike and Brent Moore. Number 11. Glaciers, Friends of Rehab, Cooler of Fun.
Gentleman's got two good friends in there, Tito's and Jim Beam.
Tito's, Carter, I got a deal for you. Open that lid. Carter. Look at there, Carter. Ow!
Two good friends.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Jake. Yeah, lady. You need a little fired up for a
That's a Grizzly 20 quart cooler.
Grizzly 20 quart cooler. I got 350. 350, 400, 450, 500, 500, 450, 500, 5. 500, 455, 500, 5. What else you got?
All right. What we got in there, Smith and Hope. All right, ready? We're going to sweeten the pot. Put Smith and Wesson.
Look here. Here it comes. Be careful.
Came out of a
Yeah.
collection. Don't think it's ever had a round to it, but it did come from somebody that had it, not brand new.
Slightly used. Yeah, keep it at that direction right there. What is that?
That's a Smith and Wesson M&P 45.
That's a 45. Smith & Wesson 45. That's all for one money. That and everything in it, 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 900, $1,000, 1,100, 12, 1,150. Now 12. 1,200. 12. Russell quit me. Find me another one. 1,200. I got 1150. Way up high. Way up high. 1150 now. 12. 12. 12. Sold at 1150. Where? Chris Juarez. You bet, Chris. You bet. With the air gas over there on the thruway. All right. Chris gets number 11. Thank you, and thank you to Friends of Rehab and Glaciers. Twin Mountain Fence has a 5-mile fencer. 5-mile fencer right here, 150, 75, $200, $200, 222, fence charger. $200, 225, 250, 275, 300, 3. Sold it 275. Troy Alcorn, 275. Thank you. Troy Alcorn. Number 13, Cooper Hogg with Colorado River Authority sends a Palmer's gift card, $250 Palmer's gift card. I got 250, 275. 250 on the money, 75, and a minute, 300, 25, and a minute, 325, 325, and a minute, 5, and a minute, 325, 325, and a minute, 25, now 50, and a minute, 350, 350, and a minute, 300, anybody else, 350? Sold it, $325. Jody and Christy Fry, $325. Jody and Christy. How about number 14, Hudson Livestock? 4 tubs, 425-pound tubs. All for one money, 425. 400, 25, 50, 75, 500, 25, 50, 550. I got 525, way up high, 550, 550, 550. Sold it, 525, so lease, 525, so lease. Warren Cat.
1 week
Skid steer or backhoe rental, 25-mile.
They'll haul it to you.
Oh, they'll haul it back if you're within 25 miles of the dealership. They'll get freight both ways if you're within 25 miles. Okay. And otherwise, pay some freight, and they'll still get it to you. Warren Cat. Skid steer or backhoe rental. Who'll be 500, 600? Money, 600. 550, 550, 550, Will, give me 550. Week long. That's a week long. 550, 600, 650, 700, 700, 50, 750, 750, 800, 850, 850, 800. We think 850. Now 900, 900, now 50, 950. Thanks for the help. 950. Sold it, $900. 4L cattle. 900. 4L cattle. Thank you, Vic. It needs to be in good shape coming back now, Vic. Check the fluid, check the oil daily.
Handmade custom bridle J salary.
To take J salary, handmade custom bridle. All right, on the bridle, y'all tell me. Right there, the head stall. Right there, 200. Give me $100. 25. $100 on the money now. 25. 50. 75. 200. 25. 225. 225. Now 50. You're going to have another broke hand. All right, 225, 250, 250, 75, 300, 3. Now 25. She talked herself out of it. 325. Sold at $300. Jack Alcorn. Put that on Jack Alcorn. Thank you. All right, Grogan's as a basket, Ivamec, Permectrin, gloves, All-Flex tagger and tags, Yeti cup, and Grogan's gear. Thank you, Grogan's Farm and Ranch. Close to $400 value, all in that tub right there. Ivamec, Permectrin, All-Flex tagger, right there. Give me 225. 225, 225. Now 50. 250. 250. Russell, I need 250. Yeah, there he is. 250. I got 225. I need 250. He said there's a can of screwworm spray in there. Might be hard to get. I didn't know you get it off the shelf. Look at there. 250. I got the money. 25. 250. 250. Sold it. 225. Alan Hoffman. 225. Alan and Marilyn Hoffman. Get number 17. Number 18. Knives by Rowdy. 11-inch blade, Texas handle and sheath. Damascus steel. Knives by Rowdy. We're on number 18. Handmade. Kenny, give me 300 to start. 325. 325. 50. I got 325. I need 350. 350. 75. 375. 375. 400. 25. 50. 75. 475. 500. 25. 25. 525. Sold at 500. Carter Barons, 500. Thank you. B-E-H-R-E-N-S. Carter Barons, yes, ma'am.
This will go.
B-E-H-R-E-N-S. R-E-N-S. Murchison Meat Company.
Buy that, go towards processing anything.
It can go toward processing or anything. $100 gift card. Processing or in-house gift and goodies and meats and so forth. You got 100 to spend, 125. I got Steve at 100. I need 125 now, 50. 150. 150. 75. I got 150 down here. Now 75. 175. Sold at 150. Will Simpson, $150. Will Simpson gets her certificate on number 19. Number 20, Buffalo and ML Lady Boots framed print. Number 20, coming to us from, who is this?
Came from Rome, 1931.
Now, what does that mean?
A little store down
Oh,
Carol
Carol
Edwards. Little store down Concho.
Edwards Boutique on Concho. Ah, the name of the store is Rome 1931. A boutique here in town. We're on item number 20. Y'all give me 200, 225, 200, 225, 225, 200. Who got 200? 225, 225, $100 bill on the money. 25, 125, $125, 125. Sold it $100. Troy Alcorn, thank you, $100. Thank you, Troy Alcorn. Friends of Rehab. Number 21, ladies.
This is the big one, end of the bang.
Into the bang, 21, the one we've been looking for. Yo!
This will shoot.
All right, now you can put a 410 shell in this thing or a 45. You can put them chamber by chamber next to each other. Shoot a snake, shoot a hog. Handy, it's lightweight. Great gun.
Betty, don't you need that? Shoot a 410 shell or a 45. That could be dangerous. Look at there.
Oh, it's got a plug in there too that you can put in.
Goodness.
Oh, hey, it's got a custom plate in there, West Texas Rehab.
Got a custom plate in there that engraved West Texas Rehab. Who got 1,000? 1,000. 11. Money, 1,100. 1,000, 1,100. 12. 13. 14. 1,400. 15. 16. 16. 17. 18. 19. 2,000. 2,000. 21. 1. 2,000. 21. 1. Anybody else before we go? 2,100. Sold it. $2,000. Elmer Oaks, thank you. Elmer Oaks, $2,000. All right. Cash call, cash call. Get ready, Pam. Get ready. Y'all getting hungry. I can see it in your eyes. Huh? Wade, you got a beef for Marty?
Oh, yeah. Did he not tell you? Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't write it down. I thought you did. Yeah. I wouldn't. That's his job.
What tell me? Don't worry about it. It's quarter beef.
Quarter beef? Quarter beef processed already at where, Marty? It can be delivered to Ben Rich's Boys Ranch. It will be. It will be delivered to Ben Rich's Boys Ranch. We've got a quarter of beef from Marty and Leslie that was processed and ready to go. Quarter of beef. What was the breeding? Shorthorn Angus cross steer. There you go. $600, $500, $600. Money's down. $600, $550, $600, $650, $700, $750. I got a quarter of a beef for $750. $750, $750. Sold it $700. Marty and Leslie, $700. There's another $700. Marty and Leslie Fry. All right, cash money, cash money. Who's got 500? Anybody? Yep, Russell, what you got? 500? Goebel Cattle. Russell Goebel and his wife. Goble Cattle Company. Russell's got 500. Anybody else got 500? Blue. Oh, Cliffy. Excuse me. Blue. B&M Farms. B&M Farms. Bill Blue and his family up at Wingate. Winters Wingate area. B&M Farms. Cliffy Reed. CNC Cattle. Thank you. CNC Cattle. Cliffy and Bonnie Reed. Cliffy and Bonnie Reed, $500. Dr. John, you got 500? Dr. John Cargill family. There you go. 500. John and Nancy got 500. And like Wade said earlier, we do have some cattle that we know of coming in the coming weeks and here before Thanksgiving. Jim Hughes family, Lad Hughes called this morning, said he will have a calf here in October when he brings some other cattle. It was wet at the place that they were at. Good problem to have. So we've got other cattle coming. Bob, what do you got? Powell Bull Sale. Tell us when. Second Tuesday in October. Boys, I'm telling you, a good Hereford bull goes a long ways. They'll last forever.
They'll donate a proceed of a sale of bull.
So how much for First National Bank? $750. First National Bank El Dorado, $750. $750. First National Bank of El Dorado. Pam, Darlene Stokes has got $200. Check in hand. $200 from Darlene Stokes in memory of her late husband, M.R. Stokes. Thank you. $200 from Darlene Stokes. Anybody else got 200? All right. We've got Darlene's money. Remember that Jim Hughes family has got a calf coming. Kenny, you got 200? I got 100. That'll work. $100. Kenny Hart. Kenny Hart, his memory of his father, W.C. Hart. W.C. Hart sitting right there in that same chair a generation ago. Anybody? Mike and Debbie Whittemore. 1,000. The Whittemores. Thank you. Now you're going to have to spell that one for her, Wade. The Whittemores. Thank y'all. $1,000. Anybody else got 100, 200? Benny, what do you got? All right. $150 from Benny Cargill in memory of John Cargill. You betcha. Benny, in memory of John Cargill. Way up high. Way up high. You bet. In memory of John S. Cargill. All right. If not, we are about ready to eat. Line them up. Line them up. Thank you all so much. Same place, same time next year. Whittemore.
Barely met him.
Benny Cox.
Benny Cox.